soul of a champion, a greater fire burns. To follow in the footsteps of greatness, to forge a legacy of triumph that survives far beyond our years.
Aster, eliminate LGD from TI.
The eyes of the faithful are fixed upon them, roaring legions of passionate fans.
The throw, die fast, 1,000 health, trying to finish up Team Liquid, they did it!
Still, they answer the call to battle.
Arrow connects.
Cena's chasing him down.
It's over.
GG is called. Tundra. They'll be moving the upper bracket final.
To endure a fiery crucible time and time again.
Looking like it's over. That did GG secret.
They fight to climb a precipice few have conquered, and those who have will sacrifice everything to reach that summit once more. 4 teams battle for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. King, Skitter, 9, Crystallis, Puppy, Zayak, Resolution,
wisely and crush those responsible.
Team Liquid, the Tumba Man, Insania, Mike, Buxy, Zai.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
My will is strong.
Team Aster. Ori, Pito, Boboka, Monet, XXX.
My will is strong.
I said push their racks, not pause for snacks.
Hey, Gabe.
No. Hi, it's Gabe in your lane. It's Gabe Newell. Well, we're tremendously excited that we're all getting the Dota 2 community together again. It's been another crazy year, and during that year, there's just been a lot of incredible Dota played, and some not so incredible Dota being played. But now we're putting on TI 11. I think it's going to be fantastic. And whether you're there in person at the arena or watching from the comfort of your home, I'm so excited to say, welcome to the International.
Welcome to the International Grand Finals.
Morning and welcome to the International. It is finals weekend. We got ourselves a sold-out, absolutely packed Singapore indoor stadium. So welcome to that, everybody watching inside the stadium and out, because I know there are a lot of you. There's also a lot of players, 20 players to be exact. You see them standing there and they are ready to battle it out. Only one team can lift that Aegis, and only one team will be properly remembered at the end of this weekend. Only one World Championship, a lot of pressure. There have already been 16 teams falling down, dropping down like flies here in the lava, and those final 4 teams, the pressure that has been mounting up over the last 5 days. Who will crumble under that pressure? Who will thrive under that pressure? We're about to find out, because we are ready to kick off today with some awesome top-tier Dota, and top-tier Dota accompanied by top-tier panelists. That's right, I'm Shiva, I'm your host for today, and we got ourselves Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Couldn't wish myself a better panel. Lacoste, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling excited. You know, every single time we have the last couple of days of TI, you know, the nerves are gonna kick in. You can feel the nerves also of the players. Like, you know that they want to get on the stage and get this going.
Yeah, they want to take that Aegis.
But I'm so excited, though. I've everything just feels so real the second you see Gabe on your screen saying, welcome to the International. The butterflies kick in, the excitement kicks in, and I honestly can't wait to see the conclusion of what has been an amazing main stage.
It's true. This is the man that forged the Aegis himself, the man that gifted immortality to Roshan. And finally, after all of this time, we get to see who will become the immortal one, such as Gabe Newell himself.
Or which 5 players will become the immortal one. And coaches, of course, cannot forget those. We've had quite the long road to get to this weekend, and I would not blame you if you missed some of the matches, but here's a little bit of a recap what's happened in terms of brackets. Today, we'll have the matches that are listed with the red there. We're going to kick things off with Liquid versus Aster, and later today we'll have the upper bracket finals with Secret versus Thunder Esports. And then tomorrow it's lower bracket finals and grand finals time, but that means that this is our finals weekend bracket, and every series that we're going to watch from here on out, Lacoste, is going to be a blockbuster.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at these names. Secret against Thunder, Aster against Liquid. I don't think you can ask for better matchups. Like, we did see a lot of those matchups, especially in the European region throughout the DPC, so that's going to be a super interesting one. And also, we have, Team Aster against Liquid. They only met once this year, and that was at this TI in the group stage.
Yes, and that was pretty one-sided for Aster. But since then, Liquid has had a little bit of evolving happening, and I think a lot of people will remember where we left off, because our final series that we had last weekend was Liquid versus Aster, and I think that's a series that's going to be in our minds for probably forever. It's definitely going to be in the minds of Team Liquid as we hear them talk about it.
I mean, I think the Thunder series, as a group, that's, our best moment so far. We got away with one.
This throne is going down here and now. Thunder. Are you fucking kidding me? Game 1 against Liquid. Unfucking-believable.
My God, this team, how do they win from that position? They were 2 minutes off buybacks for everybody in that engagement. What a demoralizing way to lose, honestly. They are going to have to mentally reset for that game again.
After game 1, I really felt like that. Like, I don't know, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to my team? Why am I not strong-willed enough? I didn't take the 0% to lose route that game, and I was really angry at myself. And then I went to bathroom, I started resetting my mind. I was like, here we are again, like against Vici Gaming, but this time it's Thunder Awaken. We still gotta win the 2 games, like no matter what we do, go into the next game and really smash them in that game, and let's go, and for the 3rd game it was truly a roller coaster.
We're gonna see another mega creep situation. How blessed are we today?
It's such a scary position for Thunder, who are the ones making the shot here. They're making the call.
I know this was like one of our most stressful games, for sure. I think everyone was stressed out of their mind.
I kept dying in a very silly way in fights, because I never had a guy next to me to infest. And I was like, I'm dying every fight. My gold is not going up. I'm probably like the bottom net worth of every core. Like, we're not winning this game.
They do not have the buybacks, but they do have an Aegis. They have this overwhelming advantage for the next team fight.
But Tumba bought out. He bought out for AC. He is short buyback. 400 gold.
Oh, there's the hook. The first snap. They're trying to deal with this ward, and it ends up getting a freebie. Now it's a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 with the Aegis.
Everything had to go right. Even like the second to last fight in our base when they pushed, I died without buyback, and a guy dies, and I get assist gold to get my buyback back. And that's the only reason we're actually still pushing the base.
And that is going to be enough to be able to finish off a Tumba, but he doesn't have the buyback. Foxy, he's going in. Zai, the second lifer. Get back to the fountain, the Havoc Hammer, pushing him away. Melting them all. Running him down, the Bloodstone. Gets Zai. Rampage. Kill. Rampage on the mid stage, but because Matumba got the buyback, he's going to die once. Nobody else. It's just Dark Mongo. It's just because a 2-on-2. Sania now joining in with the Dark Mongo's going to try and deal with him where he can. The freezing field going out with the Suns. The bashes doing so much damage with Tumba with the bashes, making it 12. 1-5. The other to follow. No buybacks. Team Liquid. They hold again.
And never felt like we were fully out of it, even though maybe the numbers and statistics all said we should have been. And then, you know, at the end of the game, it comes down to literally 1 HP. I think if Mickey dies and Matu is like, Infest doesn't save him, then probably game over.
This is a hard fight. You have to pick your jump well. You have to hit these stuff. Now Secret goes for it. Immediately the Black Hole, they're just going to focus all in onto Mickey, and it looks like maybe... Down to all over the side. Swatch will go over the Rolling Thunder on through them. Mickey surviving through it, and now the Marcy dies, and now they get the stun on the Sacred. Now he's at 12 seconds. How much can you get in 12 seconds, Liquid? Can you claim top 4 in 5? It's not going to happen. The throat's not dying fast enough. Dark Lagos on there too. Just killed him. Jump back in. Now the buybacks. Now the comeback. Fight for your life. Won't die fast. 1,000 out. Trying to finish up to the edge.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
I think it's Arteezu said this at, I think it was Arlington Major. He said, God giveth and God taketh. And yesterday, God giveth.
During the 7 years, that has not happened to me. Even winning TI7 when the last round died, it didn't feel the same. It's just the build-up wasn't there for it. But this time, it really, like hitting top 4 like this, damn, that was the best thing ever happened to me.
Oh, if we only get like one game that lives up to that hype, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the players will be happy with that too. That was insane to watch. Also, it hasn't happened to Matu yet, even though he won TI. I think it's very cool that there's been 3 Mega Creep comebacks ever at TI. Zai has been in every single one of them. That's pretty impressive. And we got to talk a little bit about the Dota as well, because of course we've had a lot of Dota played. We had a lot of heroes picked. There's been 114 heroes picked so far, and that means that there's a couple that are not picked.
Yeah, 8 specifically have not been picked. 219 games. And Purge and I are here to tell you why you're probably not going to see the other 8. Purge, let's get started, my friends. Okay. It's been a lot of Dota, but there's a couple of rejects here. Tell me about Clinks.
Clinks, vulnerable early game. His team fight's weaker than a lot of other carries. He's just not as good ultra late as a lot of other choices.
He's garbage. Get out of here. Wind Ranger.
Farm's mediocre. Not very many people like her. She needs BKB to team fight. She's really bad versus Leshrac. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things that sum up to garbage. Boom. Bounty Hunter.
No stuns, no team fight. Like a third as good as a Marcy on your team. Why would you pick Bounty Hunter?
Why would you pick him? Garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. DK.
Dragonite, let's see, he's survivable, but like he's so much worse than all the other good offlaners. Enigma, Primal Beast, Marcy, Brood, Beast, Matt, should I keep playing?
No, you shouldn't. All I need to hear is garbage. Boom. Tree Protector.
Teams are farming a lot right now, so like tower push defense timings aren't as important, and he's not even that good at it anymore. The heal comes out slower.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on board. He's garbage. Boom. Coddle.
Weak at laning, not good at ganking, tries way too hard to be cool. Lesh doesn't even need mana anymore. He's got Bloodstone as his friend, so why do you need to coddle?
Get him out of here. He's garbage. Boom. Techies.
Decent lane, good damage, but he doesn't have any stuns. His ulti's very counterable. There's just better heroes than Techies.
There's a lot of them. I'm really going to enjoy this one because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's...
Oh, wait. I got it.
Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge.
You need this for your own good. You'll get buffed after. Oh, wait, there's one hero left.
Oh, there is. Why are you even here? Nobody likes you. I might think that you're one of the worst things to ever happen to Dota. There is nothing that you are good at. Also, Meepo was uncontested.
That
was brutal.
Neil, it made me really sad, and then I got a chuckle, and I feel a little guilty about it, but here we are. We are also here with the first series coming your way very soon. Of course, Liquid is going to face Aster. It's their only elimination series of today, and I want to make sure that people watching that are tuning in, maybe only for finals weekend, just to recap, what type of Dota do these two teams play? You want to start off with Liquid, Jenkins?
Yeah, Liquid, I mean, it's not like a team you can call like, you know, this is like an aggressive team. They play aggressive or defensive, whatever is needed. Like all around, they play good Dota. But one of the most important things about this team that I think makes them unique is the fact that they don't really play roles. They play heroes. And this is something that's been true for like every iteration of Liquid, that's at least the recent ones. You know, where Boxy was playing offlane, and then he can swap to 4 position. Now, of course, he's playing the 4 position. They'll play Matu mid on Sniper, Lone Druid. They'll swap the supports lanes as well. So yeah, this team, the hardest part about them to beat is the fact that they're just hero experts and they can play any lane.
All right, and if we look towards their opponents today, Effie, we got Team Aster.
Yeah, so Team Aster for me are incredibly fun to watch because this brings me back a little bit to the ESL Malaysia LAN that recently happened, and Aster proved to a lot of the fans watching there that individual skill is important, but it's not the most important thing in Dota. Aster are a very team fight-oriented team. They're always drafting in a way where they can come back from a gold deficit just by virtue of outfighting the enemy team. They play a really tight-knit formation on the map always, and the way that they distribute farm around the map is so intentional. Everything that they do, you feel they've discussed, they've calculated it, and they will always play for their specific timings, right? It doesn't matter if they don't have the items or the gold at certain times. They will hold their areas very well. They will not give up Roshans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Aster.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Espresso Dota! Espresso Dota!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban.
Had to come back from this 0-2 now against Aster. It's gonna be wild.
I think a lot of the time when you have this long of a break, it's about not getting into your own head, right? Because you run this mock draft like 100 times and you start overthinking, okay, what are the enemy team going to do against us? Start playing this rock, paper, scissors with yourself. So there's different ways of approaching a 5-day break like this. This is kind of, you know, unprecedented territory for us. Like, are the teams going to bring something new? Are they going to play what they did so far? And so far, nothing too surprising here, I guess you could say. Maybe aside from a first phase Sven ban, did you expect that?
Well, we just spent 5 days preparing to give the Marcy first pick.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see what the plan is.
We highly respected Boxy Marcy on them. I think that Marcy is still the top contested hero at this TI, I think, in terms of picks and bans, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Boxy Marcy is probably the most spooky Marcy that is out there right now. I think we literally ban it every single time.
So what do you think makes him spooky on this hero? Like, what is it he does better than other Marcys?
I don't know, he just gets to like 20 minutes, gets a BKB and one-shots your carry.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I like what my 4 does, but...
Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, in the upper bracket when these two faced, Aster had Lesh and very, very powerful and popular hero these days.
Yeah, Lesh is crazy. We see the next first ban. Wow. To enable the Lesh.
So, I mean, very standard though. Like the main, I think main Leshrac is just pop up at this TI. Main is an insanely strong hero, and Lesh is probably the most contested mid lane hero right now. One of the most. 8 Root Mother is pretty interesting. What do you think about it, Toby?
I'm the biggest Root Mother fan. I would have picked it. I'm not sure what Sai's gonna do with it.
So I think we've seen in multiple series now Crystal Maiden as a direct response to Marcy. Obviously a good lane counter because you have a slow and a root as a support.
10 seconds
Is there anything extra about this that makes Crystal Maiden a good response to Marcy? Is it just that the other 5s can't really handle her, or is it really that simple?
I think the CM was more preparation for the 8 pick that was coming out. Especially the Brute. And I've seen Sven and Lich against Marcy give armor. No.
I think Maiden's just, in any case, probably a pick that you just would love to have in the draft from the beginning on. Just a strong laner and, I don't know, just rounds up a lot of holes already before the draft. Second stage bans are pretty interesting too. Mars and Naga against Aster.
Turn to ban.
I mean, just high contested heroes as well. I think Naga is a brute counter as well, right? But then he carries lot to lane against the brute mother, so that's why they get it out. Aster meanwhile banning the lone druid. I mean, There's Matuma, man. There's one guy on Liquid. He's probably the best lone druid out there playing this hero, so no surprise with banning it. And the 1 HP hero is getting banned out as well, the Fango there.
Do you hit some crazy timing with Lone Druid Brood when you get the Lone Shard? Is that what they're considering? Or is it just like in general a worrying timing that you're facing? Is it just like extra strong? Or just a targeted player ban?
I think what's scary about Liquid is that if they pick this lone, they can flex it on 2 lanes. They might play carry on mid because Mick is also very comfortable playing the carry role. So banning lone druid against whoa, so crazy. Banning lone druid against Liquid is just a safe shot in many cases if you're not sure what to ban.
I was going to ask what is left in the pool that's good against Brood, because we've seen a couple of Brood games where they pick it relatively early and it's been punished. Spirit Breaker is obviously very good. There's Kunkka. Anything else come to mind for you guys?
They still need a carry hero that can lane against Brood.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you see this Brood mother. The thing is, nowadays, I think Brood is almost always on the off lane. You don't really see it mid. So, the thing is, like, obviously, there's only a limited amount of heroes you can pick into this, right? Like, you cannot pick any carry. So, I guess it's to assume that they're gonna pick it on 18.
Knowing Mane, he plays both Monkey King and Gyro, who I think both fare pretty well against Brood, right? They have a way of dealing with the Spiderlings once you get the Flak Cannon up when Brood gets level 6. Is there anything else you're looking, like, I think this is a Marcy Brood lane, right? And you have the Crystal Maiden covering you. I guess most carries can kind of float this lane until Brood is 6 and then it gets super scary, or am I underestimating Crystal Maiden's impact on this lane right now? Are there some carries that just can't play this lane at all?
I can see a patch coming for either team.
Team Liquid's turn to pick. Team Aster's turn to pick. Lina.
Lich Lina. Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I didn't see that one coming. Double spot of Aster. I mean, they're just heading into the Mika Lina. I think Mika loves this matchup against the Lashrak. It's one of the favorite ones that they actually like win like 60-40 or a bit more even. And yeah, Sniper. Aster going for the 18 carry. It's a Sniper.
Whoa.
One of the only heroes that outranges Lina. If she's played as a core in mid, which is almost always the case.
Technically.
Yeah, that is the other one, which nobody plays. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
10 seconds.
I can see mid Sniper. And Lash Carry. Lash Carry very good against
5 seconds
Do
remaining.
they flex it ever? Does 1A play Lashrak though?
I don't think so. I think Aster's read here is that,
turn
okay,
to ban.
this Brood we can handle in the beginning with our Maiden, and we obviously have the Spirit Breaker rotation possibilities, so we can get away with putting Sniper safe lane, and once Brood gets level 6, things might get dicey and they have to swap their lanes around, because Sniper cannot play this lane after Brood hits 6. It's actually interesting to see Sniper's response here, because usually Brood was a massive counter pick to Sniper. I want to say half a year to a year ago when it was played mid more. Sometimes the last pick Brood would just ruin his game, so...
Yeah, like it's a double range against double melee offlane, right? Like main Sniper against Marcy Brood. How do you think it's gonna be like?
I think Brood can play this lane. I think it's a pretty good Brood lane. Flash carry, to be honest.
It's better?
Yeah.
Is it possible that Aster start at tri-lane for like a minute or two? That's what we've seen some teams do to try to shut down Brood in the beginning. You see Liquid banned out some of XXS's best laning heroes against Brood to prevent that they set a 1v1 and just play an aggro tri-lane, right? They banned out the Pango as well as the Mars, which XXS has been playing phenomenally this tournament. Are you kind of worried that a potential starting tri-lane from Aster is going to make Brood's game too difficult? Or are you happy as Brood that, okay, I'm getting shut down a little bit, but Matu's going to get a free game?
No, Brood definitely needs a good start, so if they can give
Aster's turn to
XXS a lane, where he can play 1v2, it's possible, but it's hard into Lich, I guess.
So regardless of the position for Lesh, Team Aster looking for offlane, I assume, and Liquid position 1.
Yeah, except if XXS plays Barra. I'm not sure if he can play Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
But
that is not out of the question, but I do think it's still playing that.
A thing I see on Liquid right now, what I would love them to like adjust in the draft a bit, is that they have no clear way of initiating at a certain point in the game. They have Marcy, Lina, and let's say post 20 minutes or something, it's not the easiest to engage fights. And Lina and Lich, they want heroes to go in for them. So there's still a Matu pick coming up. I would love to see Liquid pick up a hero that like goes in first. I'm not sure what would fit that, because he also has to worry about the last pick XXS. Still got some time left though.
You also would imagine that it would be nice to have the carry use Frost Shield, right? You're picking this Lich early against essentially nothing that Frost Shield counters in terms of defense, right? So at the time when they picked Lich, they saw CM Lich Spirit Breaker who have like basically 0 physical damage. So now that picked it in this manner, you would imagine Liquid have some sort of an aggressive plan. Like you said, Carry goes in first, pop Frost Shield on him for the control. Or you put it on Marcy, but that doesn't really feel like that's maybe the most valuable. Bloodseeker is going to be the choice.
That's interesting. I don't mind it. I'm not sure how this looks on Sniper. What do you think, Toby? I think it's really good against the Lash and Barra, obviously.
Yeah, it's good against Lash. I think they have sniper problems.
Yeah, there are also sniper problems though, yeah, that's true. But I like the idea, like it goes in for the rest of the team. Rupture is a very old school counter. Bloodseeker is not so popular on this TI, but yeah, it basically fits the gap of like frontlining and sort of lockdown. It's not a stun, but it does like 50%.
So if you're, let's say you're entertaining the idea of running standard lanes with 2-1-2, what kind of an offlaner do you pick with Spirit Breaker against Lich BS? It's a pretty strong lane, right?
Some melee hero.
Not a range? Not like Viper or something then?
I think it's too hard.
So XXS would have probably liked to play any of the like 4 last bands of Liquid. Yeah. So, alright, they have made up their minds, so it's going to be another melee hero. It will be the Underlord.
That's interesting.
What do you make of this?
I'm not sure. So, I mean, both drafts are very interesting. Like, it's actually tough to... The mid matchup is going to go pretty well for Liquid. They got the Lina against Leshrac matchup. He is playing against Bauer, which has always been a bit annoying for her to deal with because he gets on top of you. I'm not sure what the bottom lane is going to go like. This entire Bloodseeker Lich
pretty good for Bloodseeker, but shouldn't feed on. It's free Brood game in my book.
Free Brood game?
Yes.
You're both taking...
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking. Like, I think Liquid has like a pretty good shot, but I think Aster is OP here. I'm telling you Aster.
Okay, split panel then. Let's go to Sir Action Slacks, who's looking like a mob boss today. Very, very nice. Let's hear what he has to say.
Prepare for battle.
我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！
Number 1. Cinder, I didn't even get your thoughts on the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting that you have this much time to prepare and you don't really know what to expect. And I would say, as far as surprises go, I feel like Aster are bringing something new here. They do get this D-Ward, by the way, worth mentioning. It's a little bit of a head start for them in that mid lane.
30 seconds.
They're bringing some stuff here that we haven't seen them play that much. They're playing the Underlord on XXS, the Spirit Breaker on Boboka. I don't think they played these heroes much, if at all, in the playoffs, whereas Liquid are more sticking to their guns of what we've seen. So this is something I'm very curious to see throughout this day in the next series as well, like how the teams prepare and have different approaches. I'm not going to say one is better than the other because I genuinely don't know, but it seems like the mentality of the approach is
That's the thing about
different.
having this many days off is the theory crafting probably gets to the point where it's not even helpful anymore. So we're going to see the rebound here from Boxy, but Siamese Cat's going to be A-okay. And it looks like the bounties have been split evenly to start us off here for today.
Yeah, and it will be the expected lanes here. So bottom lane will be Brood together with Marcy against Maiden Sniper. Mid is Lesh against Lina. And finally top lane, Underlord, Spirit Breaker facing off against Lich Bloodseeker. So as we talked about on the panel, probably a slight edge in the mid lane to Mickey here with the Lina matchup against Lesh. We've seen this played a decent amount this tournament. Lesh has been incredibly popular and Lina has been one of the best responses that we've set our eyes on. And this, speaking of which, setting eyes on Boboka is playing very aggressively onto Insania, skilling charge level 1. for some damage.
As Mickey and Ori facing off in mid lane, Lina versus Leshrac. See Zai getting harassed by quite a bit as we have a pause, and I don't know if those are oohs, ahs, or boos, or all of the above, Cinders, but pause today.
And the crowd goes wild.
The crowd goes ah.
What a pause! So I imagine we have a small tech issue. We have not been given a reason just yet for why this pauses, but this gives us a little bit more time. All right, so disconnect from Insania makes it seem.
Well, I've heard some players have to change their chat wheel to be not GG, but of course that might not relate to these teams at all, considering they're all good manner players.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a player like Insania having GG in his chat wheel, but you never know. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised once you know, you might have your opinion on players, and then you meet them in real life. They can be a totally different beast, you know?
Never meet your heroes, and that's why I regret ever meeting Sir Action Slacks.
He was your hero?
That's true, actually. That wasn't accurate at all. I just wanted to throw that out there regardless.
The conclusion is never meet Slacks.
Yes. That was what I was trying to get across. Appreciate it. And that's why you're here. You're analyzing my thoughts.
Telling you what you wanted to say.
That's right. Very good. Tell me, how does Zai play Brood this game?
Yeah, so it sounded like, so Toby is quite the Brood specialist, right? And it sounded like he thinks this should be a free lane for Brood. I don't play the hero much. I feel like, from my perspective, Maiden Sniper probably does okay, at least for a few levels. Once Brood gets level 6, you're screwed down here as Maiden Sniper. You have to evacuate and solve it, but that's where Aster have a hero like Underlord who could go there. They could park the Lesh there if they really have to defend the tower. But for starters, I would imagine this double range lane does fine against Brood. Zai will just try to stay alive, get some CS where he can. You're seeing Boxy currently planning on pulling the wave down there to try to get a little bit of a different lane positioning so that Brood can get closer to his tower. And then,
well, we're about to unpause. I want to get the crowd's reaction here. Let's do a live poll since we have some time here. And I hear who is rooting for Aster today. Aster. Okay, that was kind of underwhelming. I'm not gonna lie.
That was lukewarm.
And what about Team Liquid? Oh my. Okay. We have some bias here in the crowd. First it was OG, but they're not here anymore. So, for the next EU. We're underway again. Insania pushing back Baboka. Mid lane still relatively even on, but 2 denies already from Mickey, but relatively a wash at the moment. Still taking damage from Insania. If you had told me 6 months ago that Lich and CM would be played to this extent, Cinder, I would not have believed you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting development. I think especially Lich, because Crystal Maiden has kind of had her time on and off recently, but Lich has been quite a while since we've seen given this priority. Bit of poke back and forth.
Zai. This is kind of a weird setup right now. Monet kind of on the other side of his tower. But the rebound is there on top of the sniper for Monet. It's on the right click away. No dispose yet because Boxy's still only level 1, but in the end, a lot of harassment damage traded each way.
Yeah, if you play Dota casually, you'd be like, why are 2 heroes behind the tier 1 tower minute 1? And this is simply what happens when the position 4 in the enemy team repulls and repositions the wave behind there. You have to go and contest this experience in gold. You can't just let the Liquid side get that for free when you have this double ranged lane. You are willing to take those trades, and ultimately what ends up happening is that Zai has a grand total of 2 CS to the 10 of Sniper with the good head start here on Monet. Getting in behind
the rebound. Dispose is available this time. Shrapnel comes out to do some residual damage. Monet taking the brunt of it though. Do they have enough to get first blood in this game? Boxy continuing on, and there it is. Boxy with the first blood as Sniper goes bye-bye. Great start for Liquid in this lane, despite, like you said, the CS for Zai not being too respectable, but this should open it up at least a little bit for him.
Yeah, so he's not the one getting the first blood, but he gets the space in the lane now, right? He gets to, I believe, deny 2 range creeps here, potentially. I think the second one will be secured here. It will. By Pichu. But yeah, Zai will be very happy with that. Even if you don't get that first blood, just getting a little bit of time. He's now going to get his level 3. Currently holding the skill point. Curious what he's going to choose, because it feels like all of the skills here actually have some decent merit with how this lane's playing out. He's eyeing up his options, not choosing just yet. We'll go for the Silken Bola now.
Nice.
More aggressive approach, I guess you could say. It's kind of hybrid, right? You can also use it to slow and run away, so...
But like you said, once he hits 6, could be scary times for Aster. I mean, at that point, what does Monet do? Where can you go as a sniper? Another rebound this time onto Siamese Cat for the Crystal Maiden. Looks like that's going to be another death in this lane for Aster, as Boxy and Zai kind of punishing. Seen so many times with the Marcies in this tournament. Insania in the top lane, though, getting chased. Looks like he'll live as Matu trading some right clicks with XXS.
Yeah, obviously the Bloodseeker benefiting massively as well whenever they play aggressively bottom, gets that thirst bonus up top and trying to turn that into even more advantage here for Liquid. Yeah, you've got to be really wary of your positioning, and it's easier said than done, right? Your Crystal Maiden, you kind of want to at least put some sort of pressure and do some damage, but at this point when Marcy and Brood are both level 3, I think you have to backline behind the sniper. If he gets jumped on, you use both your spells defensively and you try to reposition and stabilize. At the same time, if you have to sacrifice somebody, it's better that the Maiden dies than the Sniper. And then ultimately when Brood hits 6, I think Sniper's just going to sit maybe mid, or you open up top and you play up there. Okay, Zai taking some serious damage bottom. Not enough to die, but he doesn't have any regen except 1 level in Spin Web, so it'll take quite a while before he's online to fight with Boxy again.
Able to TP out. I would expect the kills to start ramping up a little bit more now, just because we have such aggressive heroes overall. Especially with the Spirit Breaker on the side of Aster. As we haven't really seen a gank mid. Does that surprise you at all? Because I feel like that's a Spirit Breaker special, as I say that he's charging right now.
There you go. I don't think it's surprising we haven't had it yet, but I think this is a pretty good time to do it. Mickey's running out of mana. There's no power runes. We'll not be able to find the angle here. Bobak obviously charging from base, so Boxy
trying to turn this around onto Monet, as Zai is going to be able to get the Insatiable Hunger off as well, and Monet's in a lot of trouble with the Frostbite, dealing a lot of damage to Zai in the meantime, as Boxy looking for another kill for himself onto Monet. That is the second just for him. I'm not even sure if Zai was in range for XP at that point.
I'm sure if Boxy got all of it, they don't really mind. Again, it's a matter of just giving Brute the space here to recover the CS in the lane. Zai currently sitting on 1-0 and 2 in terms of KDA, so...
Oh, the charge coming from the other side from Boboka, but Boxy is ready for this, but the Split Earth is there with the Pulse Nova. Mickey taking tons of damage, does get up a good LSA, but it does not save him in the end, as Boxy getting run down now by Ori's Pulse Nova. Double kill for him. And Zai, now that they know he's left to his own devices, they can kind of harass him out of lane to a degree.
Oh my god, look how many creeps are mid too. They get the double kill. This is 2 full waves and a siege creep just hitting this tower. So first of all, you get a lot of tower damage in here, but the death stings that much more for the Lina losing.
Getting low, and Boboka's charge will finish the job, as Aster now all over the map, as we kind of expected with the draft. Able to take full advantage of this space cow.
Yeah, and this is the luxury you have in this position with having this Underlord top. It's hard for Matu to put meaningful pressure onto XXS, who's running a Bracer and Ring of Health. He's just buying a full self-sustained build. He's going to finish his Vanguard now as well, coming out on the Courier. So if you want to kill this Underlord as Liquid, you need to bring 3+ heroes. I don't think they have any other way.
No comms at all. Interesting strategy at TI-11. Monet. The bottom. They do get that tier 1 tower, like you said, but very even game despite that. And top lane is the one we haven't really talked about too much, but Matu...
They're all watching Naruto.
What's that?
Maybe they were all watching Naruto.
That's true. I mean, I talked to a couple Liquid members as well during the break, and I mean, they couldn't find Scrim, right? None of these teams probably could find many. Kind of a weird situation, and you kind of overanalyze probably. I think taking some days off was probably pretty important for a lot of these teams just to reset, especially for Liquid, who had all that momentum that, I don't know, I would have been super drained.
The overall consensus that I gathered was that I think most teams, if not all of them, took 1 to 2 days off and then started getting back into it. You know, you take a little bit of a break, make sure you don't overwork yourself. It is very, very mentally taxing to prepare for these games, and you've obviously played a very long tournament already to get to this point, so getting that little bit of a breather definitely helpful. Aster with a... I don't know if we should call this a recovery. Obviously the bottom lane was not going too hot, but the rest of the map looking very good. And with that rotation bot where they killed Zai, they managed to take the tier 1 tower. They almost got the tier 1 tower mid as well, minute 8, which is very good news for Aster. Zai?
He wants to go on Monet, but he's going to get frostbit and charge. Already at half HP, and Monet could just right-click from afar as the charge connects, and one more right-click should do it, although Siamese Cat nets himself the kill with another frostbite. This Broodmother feels like it's getting shut down a bit in the last couple minutes.
I love playing Spirit Breaker against this hero, I gotta say. It feels so rewarding and so powerful that if Brood shows at any point, you get this connection. And Crystal Maiden is a great support to play it with in the early stages because you have this long root and slow. You see Pichu in this game choosing to max out Frostbite, which we've seen sometimes. It varies whether people prioritize Frostbite or Crystal Nova, but against the Brood, the root is just so good to allow a sniper to get in all of that damage. Let's see if Monet skills Assassinate or not, because we've seen different sniper builds here on level 6, whether you take that route at all, or if you focus on maxing out Headshot. All right, Boxy with the job!
Initiation, and that is enough burst damage, but Boca charge not in time. Ika gets credit for that kill. That is his first of the game. He has a haste rune still, and with the Falcon Blade, going for the BKB as a pretty fast item. Matu getting chased, but just the other side of the fog here. So
very good ward there. Pichu will realize this. Like he read that all too well. So
Radiant's middle tower.
Gonna get the D ward, and they force out the glyph. Lesh will immediately rotate into mid. They don't want to lose their mid tower. Ori is going to show here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, Mickey is getting charged, so now there's TPs coming into the mid lane. Get the LSA off, uses the Horsey and gives himself enough distance to get away. But in the meantime, they're going to find Boxy instead, who was trying to help out Mickey, but wasn't really needed in the end.
Yeah, it looked like Boxy was trying to find an angle where he could maybe get a dispose onto the Lesh rack, but what Aster did really well there was that they rotated not only the Lesh, but also the Crystal Maiden in the tree line. So when Boxy did try to go for that, it just gets frostbitten from the side and does not find any move. At the very least, the good news for Liquid here, bottom tower will be claimed. Brood is starting to build a new home here, as Brood does. What build Zai goes here? We've seen a lot of Broods go this Arcane Boots into either Pipe or Wraith Pact, these kind of auras. I assume this game will be no different, but I wonder what the priority will be.
Pipe is pretty freaking good.
Yeah, there is a lot of random magic damage, and it's a great way of keeping your spiders alive during fights.
He is taking control of the bottom lane. I mean, that's the one thing about transitioning out of this lane. Brood, you'll just take over. Which
it has to be so careful with showing on the lane, though. He's actually showing his hero, and that means he's opening himself up to being charged at any point.
Yep, all they need is a little bit of vision here as members of Aster in the cover of smoke, Zai in the trees, but his spidey senses are tingling for once that actually
quite
makes
literally.
sense. Yep. Looks like he'll be okay, so a little bit of wasted time, although that he's in the area.
Wasted though.
Pops. Oh, Crystal Nova just off. Actually, it did connect, and now they have the vision. There's the charge from Baboka. In comes XSS as well, and that is a big kill onto Zai. It took some time, but it worked out, and now XSS can just go back to where he came from.
This is a pretty cool duo of heroes that we like never see played. The Spirit Breaker plus Underlord combo. You charge someone, you Fiend's Gate in, and Spirit Breaker has that natural follow-up that he needs. This hero's one of its weaknesses, even though it's one of the best roamers in the game, is that it doesn't really solo kill very well. But you know, if you have something like Underlord connecting or Sunstrike, like whatever it is at your disposal, then situations can suddenly look quite promising. Baboka with a charge, no rune here.
Roxy is here. Nice pit of Malice over the dispose, keeps XXS at bay. Already at half HP, and in comes the Lich as well. But look, 4 members of Aster are continuing on here as Insania gets off his Chain Frost. Looks like he will drop in the end as Matu has finally come to play, but the Luna Blade on top of the Rupture is enough to find themselves a kill. Now the focus is on Baboka, but the Sniper can get the front of the damage as Foxy gets the stun off, and Baboka will be next. Big turnaround here for Liquid. Great transition from Matu.
Yeah, they make sure to bring the numbers there. Matu coming in, Lina with the double damage. It's just too overwhelming. And Monet, yeah, would have probably been wise to not get involved there. You can understand why he's trying to help out his teammates, but Boxy isolates him with the rebound dispose combo, and once Sniper is repositioned, he's not getting out of there. Does not have any way of repositioning himself for now. Wonder if he's gonna buy a shard later to try to help with that, but for now, obviously going a pretty standard route, Mask of Madness to Wraith Bands and Treads, eyeing up the Dragonlance, Pike, another way to reposition, of course. And he should need it this game, but you gotta be feeling really good if you're Liquid with that exchange, though.
Yep, absolutely. The lead has slipped into their side, just barely though. As we get into rehash this conversation again, Cinder, you know where I'm going with this, I'm sure, but
Tier 5 neutral items.
The old Roshan.
Oh.
As we're gonna see, another strike onto Insania. Ori's in the air, he gets off the lightning storm. But the Frost Shield ends up mitigating a bit of damage here and forces the rest of Aster away, as this is taking just too long. They get a high five for their efforts. Which team would you say has the advantage in the Roche pit, both killing and fighting in the area?
I guess for killing, I would imagine Liquid does it maybe a little bit faster. It's kind of close.
That was an Eternal Envy type showdown. That was nice.
They got done with their Naruto episode and now they're playing, so good to see.
Anyway, you were saying about Roshan.
Yeah, so I think overall, I guess the Dire, depending on, I guess it's level 1 sidekick. It's kind of hard to say who's faster at it. I do like Aster's chances of fighting in the area in general, though. Underlord, Lesh, and Spirit Breaker, as well as Shrapnel level 4, is very, very good in that area. But I think neither team has any interest in even thinking about Roche for quite a while. Neither lineup's particularly good at it. There's a lot of risk involved. See, we'll get charged.
Charged in the top lane next to tier 2, but the Frost Shield comes out again. Chain Frost not really bouncing, but finally does off of the creeps, and that is going to cause Ori to drop. But Boca gets disposed, TP canceled, second kill for Liquid. A big punish in this top lane. That Frost Shield has been kind of pretty annoying for Aster to get through.
Yeah, they chose to go for that with 5-second cooldown another strike. They didn't have Spirit Breaker ult, so missing that component, but also Liquid seemed like they just read that play like a book, you know. Mickey was in position immediately, getting that counterplay. Nicely done from them. They get those two. Mickey now rocking a BKB. Is very ready to fight. Liquid actually hitting a strong timing here, and this smoke could bear
The Horsey is there, he gets stunned and brought down. A huge kill for Liquid, but XXS has come to play with his ult. Gets off the nice pit of Malice and Firestorm. Insania looks to be the sacrifice at the very least, and Mickey and Monty want to continue to fight potentially. They're going to try to focus onto the Crystal Maiden, and a nice stun from Foxy on the 2 heroes with Mickey's Alexei to follow. 4 dead for Aster. And Liquid, I mean, they got the big kill to start, and Aster still wanted to fight, and they get punished.
Yeah, just Lesh didn't get to play his hero there. Got chain stun completely, rebound into the LSA, took the full burst there from Mickey, and they get that job done easily. You're going to see on the replay here, so really nice way to open this with Boxy getting the rebound. They kill the sniper before any assistance arrives. As XXS comes in and does kill off the Lich, it's a pretty small consolation prize. Nice fear here, by the way, from Insania, stopping that freezing
stun
field.
Coming up soon.
Yep.
Absolutely destroyed.
Perfect.
My
Triple
God.
stun into double stun.
And that was the Bloodstone reveal as well on the Lesh, and it just gets destroyed. Not literally. Not a Kyle. But Baboka now in the bot lane. He's going for the Shadow Blade.
Regeneration.
Zai, again, he's just been chilling in the bot lane. He's close to finishing his pipe, and talk about the amount of magic damage that Aster has. That is going to be a huge pickup for them.
It seems like the play call here from Liquid is just leave Zai alone. Let him do whatever he wants. He needs to get that item before he really offers teamfight impact. Curious to see what the idea is now. It's coming out. Are you going to see a bigger rotation? Are we looking at a bottom tier 2 tower? Are we looking at a potential rotation into killing a hero mid and then getting Roche? There's plenty of options for Liquid here with the game state they have set themselves up for. And I mean, essentially, if Zai doesn't have to join, why would he, right? He can also just keep farming down here and keep being a pestilence, forcing heroes to rotate down here and defend, putting pressure on the tower, and just farming up, get toward his next item. Maybe an Axe could be on the menu. Extremely annoying item to play Spirit Breaker against, the Brood Axe. So it definitely could be something he's considering.
Liquid want to keep up the aggression. Okay, now for the BKB from Matu. 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid. And they are definitely ready to fight. Two tower, take a little bit of damage with XXS. He's going to show himself with the Firestorm, but Liquid want to kind of reset here. One thing we didn't really talk about is the fact that two obviously face in the upper bracket, and we've seen it so many times. The upper bracket team that wins, that faces the team again in the lower bracket. The lower bracket team ends up learning more about that matchup overall. And they got to see Tundra beat Aster as well. Actually, that's what we're seeing here right now. But standing onto the high ground, he is so tanky at half HP, but it will be the sacrifice. As it looks like it's going to be a trade for the position 5s. Kill coming out, but only delays the inevitable.
Oh, they ruptured Lash.
Yeah, he gets his bloodstone off just in time as Matu pops a BKB, but Lash is dead. Laguna Blade into the grave, and Baboka getting chased, but a nice pit of malice, keeping Boxy and company in this area. But the dispose comes out on Baboka, but he does have the status resistance, and gets the charge off. That right click is coming for him. Is that enough? It doesn't look like it. He shall live.
What an amazing escape from Baboka there, turning around to dodge the stun and then finding the charge through everyone to survive. I definitely had him expected dead there, but he gets out of there. Still, the big kill for Liquid is the Lesh. They keep finding him every fight. Zai, okay.
Yeah, he's here all alone. Insania,
my God!
But the Assassinate is coming, and that's not going to help you there. So Monet getting a nice pickup for himself as he's kind of struggling. He's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, and this is a hero that you do not want in that area. I mean, how much of a comeback mechanic do you have on this hero, would you feel, based on the items that he's going for? He has Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, he's going for Hurricane Pike, so it feels like more mobility / utility than damage.
Yeah, I guess with this build, you definitely do farm slower than if you had, say, Maelstrom, but you probably just have to get the Pike at this time. If you go Mask Maelstrom, it's gonna take too long before you have the essential items to be any sort of presence in a team fight. This is also a pretty good single target damage build, right? You have a long range, obviously you can activate the take aim for the guaranteed headshots, which by the way are only level 2 on Monet currently, so his damage will ramp up significantly when he levels up to 13, 14.
Oh, Matu getting charged, and there's a Fiend's Gate here as well. He pops the BKB, but still gets stunned. That is 4 members of Aster, and that is a nice pickup for them. Very nice team play, and now, I mean, the Fiend's Gate is so cool, but Mickey in the area, he's in Viz right now. Oh, the Sake does not connect, but they still get the stun. Laguna Blade to follow with the Bloodstone, healing up a decent amount of the BKB pop by Mickey, and that is enough to take out Ori again. He's left by his team via the Fiend's Gate, and Liquid taking full advantage.
Yeah, that missed stun from Mickey ends up costing him a BKB charge, but still well worth it. You're happy to get that kill. And probably the bottom tier 2 tower, I don't think you have a chance of defending this as Aster. Well, maybe they are going to try, actually. XXS? They know there's no BKB, so maybe.
Gets the charge off successfully inside the Pit of Malice. Mickey trying to help him out, but looks like the Chain Frost finally comes out. It's only going to connect a couple times, but Mickey looks to be mega dead, and Zai and company have to get the hell out of here. Zania is successful, but Zai inside the Pit of Malice charged up. And it looks like he's going to be brought down as well, so Aster successfully defend the tier 2 tower.
It seems like Liquid had the same expectation that I did, that tower was just going to be given to them with a dead Lesh, but the crucial part in all of this is that Mickey with the missed stun ends up using the BKB on the first kill, and Aster are like, wait a minute, can't we just go on this guy and kill him with Spirit Breaker and Underlord? And they could. There wasn't enough protection there. I don't think there was a defensive dispose for Foxy to try to reposition and keep him alive. And that's huge for Aster.
Yeah, we have a rupture onto XXS, but the rest of his teammates coming. A nice charge onto 2, but the Blood Right does connect. Silence that Space Cow.
Oh
but Foxy just getting right click from afar. And Matu, despite having the BKB, does have the move speed to get away. And no range for the Assassinate, no vision for the Assassinate.
If they had any way of getting vision, that could have been so much bigger for Aster, but they're very, very happy with this for sure. The game was starting to look a little bit scary for a while with the control that we were getting, but
and the first Roach attempt is here. As Aster know that they're in a 5v4 situation.
No BKB on Matumba either. Yeah. Bloodseeker is just not a very good hero in this time in the game when you don't have that BKB. It's so hard to run in and do anything. You can just get turned on and blasted. Whereas it looks, Liquid, I think they really want to try to poke at this, but it's just really difficult. They don't know the exact timing either. Every spider is getting killed outside the pit.
Yeah. Looks like Monet will get the Aegis. Not putting on the Lesh. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's good on both. A lot of the time we do see it on Lesh because you get so much value from getting the full mana refill when you die as well, but maybe the logic is Lesh is less susceptible to dying straight away. He has more health, he has the Bloodstone, whereas if Monet gets jumped, he can just die instantly. And this way you also maybe open up a little bit more for the potential of poking top tier 2 tower with just the sniper. Lesh needs to go closer and expose himself to do that. Sniper can just safely take it from range, and if you do try to jump on him with your Marcy combination with Lina, you know he has that second life you have to worry about.
Those scores have 4 deaths each, Monet and Ori. But they've kind of brought this game back, Sinner, and it's network-wise very even. Obviously with the Aegis, it's going to help them potentially extend that just a bit. Tower is not being defended yet.
And I think it is worth keeping in mind for a game like this that a lot of the expectation of how the game goes kind of rides or dies with Brood, right? And Zai's impact, aside from, you know, pushing out this bottom lane being there, has not felt like Brood has been a first phase hero, right? Or arguably it has, because Aster solved it so well. A lot of Liquid's Brood game wins, they would be in a much better position than this now. And I think even just in an even game state like this in terms of build, the Radiant lineup is having a pretty solid time scaling late game. I think a lot of what Brood offers becomes less and less important against this lineup, whereas Aster's lineup is just going to scale to the moon, right? Sniper, Underlord, Lesh, Tricor.
True, Raid Pack has been there for a little bit on the Underlord, as you have full here Aster. They trying to go into the end triangle is the question. Warstaff picked up from Mickey, actually. He's going the full Hurricane.
Sold it again.
Yep. Oh.
Mine for now. He's still... Oh, he's changing over to Silver Edge. Okay, so I guess he wants the break for Atrophy Aura. And they need some more damage.
He's going to get spotted, charge, right-clicks, dead. Easy kill for Aster. See if they go for this tier 2 tower bottom now that they have the top. Or if they're just happy to farm away. I mean, how important is it for Aster to use Aegis in an effective way? Or are they fine just farming? Like you said, they do technically scale better.
Yeah, I think they're fine farming, but I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to use this Aegis for another tier 2 tower. Probably mid is the most accessible one for them right now, because I think Brood really thrives in the bottom tower area. There's so many trees, so many angles you can find there to be annoying for the support. But
he changed his mind again. He went hurt.
Oh, he changed again. All right, well, maybe the gold lined up nicely. Liquid are not too phased by the Aegis, though. They're still gonna look to cross the river and maybe make an aggressive move. They do have a double damage on Mickey, which would be really nice for them to put to use. Boboka will push out that wave and reposition himself. It looks like Aster are aware that Liquid have some big plan here. Ori also farming very defensively over on the Ancient side, making sure to stay all the way left to not get caught. And this move from Liquid will bear fruit in the sense they get some good aggressive wards out. You see they get the good ward over at the Radiant Triangle, and they get a good ward down in mid, so definitely looking for some sort of catch against the Aegis team at some point in the near future. It looks like they'll have to settle for Mickey just, you know, 10-shotting the top tier 1 tower casually with sidekick and double damage. Packing 400 damage with that per hit.
Not bad.
But now it's run out, and Aster will opt for the bottom tower rather than the mid one. This was the one they had the option to access. I think they would have been happy to take mid, but that's where Liquid were grouped up and covering the lane, so they will settle for a trade in the off lanes.
Dire's bottom tower is
they will get it successfully, so 2k lead for Aster is the Aegis.
Okay.
It's expiring in 40 seconds.
Well, knock on the high ground though. Sniper very good at this, obviously massive range. The only repositioning tool Liquid have is, aside from an offensive pike from Mickey, which is probably a bit naive to think is going to happen, you have level 2 disposed. So he's feeling pretty damn safe standing down here hitting this tower. You just keep throwing out one shrapnel if he wants to hit it some more. There we go. Gonna keep poking at it.
Pop the mathematics. Sending in Ori is coming for Liquid. Ori up in front. He's gonna get ruptured. Pops the BKB. That's not gonna do too much for him. But
Radiant's middle tower
kept himself away far enough as the Aegis is expiring in 3 seconds. Trying to get through the Fiend's Gate. He does so successfully. And Aster retreat. In part. A couple members here.
Yep.
And Ori can just refill and, oh, okay, he does not want to take the Fiend's Gate. Wants to farm up mid.
I'm surprised Ori went in an edict at that tower. I think letting Sniper just keep doing his thing was pretty good. It only cost him a BKB charge, which isn't the end of the world. And I guess he did force the glyph, so maybe it's okay. But if Liquid find a move off it, the story will be very, very different. Ori is going to walk straight into Matu.
Laguna Blade, but no LSA connection, but they still find the Crystal Maiden nonetheless. The right clicks are way too much. BKB already popped by Matu as they find the kill onto Ori. So 3 dead overall. The complete segregation of that fight, but Liquid coming out way on top.
Yeah, so what ends up happening there is Lesh has BKB cooldown from bottom, and he's walking in the mid lane together with Spirit Breaker. I think a pretty crucial mistake here from Aster, actually. The 2 heroes were even stacking up, so they got chains and didn't get a charge off to try and protect Ori. He just walked straight into Matu, got ruptured and killed, and or actually didn't even rupture, I think. They just hit him. He couldn't get away anyway without the BKB. And Liquid will now play mid
to tier 2 mid.
That is a huge swing for Liquid.
We won't know for the next Roche for another minute 40, but that is going to be an extremely important factor in this game, as it usually is. But looking at Ori's item progression, obviously they had the Bloodstone for a long time. BKB is on 8 seconds. He's only used it once, surprisingly. Yep. Has the casual plate mail, and I would assume an eventual Shiva's, but still going for... His farm for a Lesh is not very good this game.
No, I think he's had a couple of times maybe pushing one wave too many, and Liquid have done a really good job punishing him. Overall, the 5 deaths on the Lesh is a major setback. You compare that to Mickey on the Lina with only 2. Has a 50 CS advantage because of this. The thing I wonder here for Ori is if Travels is actually the right choice, because you're obviously playing against Rupture, right? So having extra mobility in the fight isn't necessarily going to translate to more safety or more damage. Whereas having items where you can just stand your ground and survive longer, like you said, the Shiva or something to that effect could be an interesting choice. But maybe even Ags could be a thing this game. You're against Brood, Bloodseeker, and an attack damage Lina build.
Nihilism.
I think Nihilism could be interesting, but well, for now it is going to be the Travels. And obviously it depends whether the flow of the game will turn into a little bit more of a stalemate where the teams are just pushing out waves and farming, because then Travels are obviously great. But if we have a key fight coming up sometime soon, this might not be the best allocation of net worth that Ori can have at this point in time. Getting those Travels up. Roche will be known to us now. It's a long respawn.
Yes.
233. Quite a while before Aster potentially get their hands on that. And I do say Aster because they are controlling the area for now. They did get the first one. There's no saying that Liquid can't make a team move in there and contest it.
Matu has his Mjolnir now. Zai has had the Wraith Pact.
And there's the Ags.
And is going for Aghanim stuff. Their Spinner Snare, really.
Yeah, it is very good. It's Ags. When you're playing a Brood role where you don't have to deal very much damage, this Ags is just incredible for map control.
Woke up, but they see Boxy. They're going to start charging him next to Liquid's outpost, technically in control of Aster right now. The charge is there, but the Boxy is going to keep him healthy for the time being. Ori, though, and Baboka end up taking him out with the help of Monet. Just like that, it's a 5v4, but BKB already popped by XXS as they find Zai in the trees, but the charge onto Matu. See who they try to focus here. Firestorm doing a lot of percentage-based damage. Lynch ult coming out, but it's only going to bounce once as Zai just gets cleaned up. Double kill for Monet as the Fiend Gate's back to the fountain. They can just refresh and rejoin this fight as Insania looks to be next. 3 dead for Liquid. And Aster looking very good now, but like you said, Roche not going to be up for another minute, so yeah, they can't take advantage of that.
Definitely consider themselves lucky that this isn't up, because this would have been an easy collateral for Aster, or it would have forced 2 buybacks out of Liquid. But yeah, just a very different fight in terms of positioning here, right? So you get the charge onto the Marcy, so she doesn't get to play the fight at all. Ori gets ruptured. They get this Marcy kill, they run back, and then they zone control. Underlord is creating tons of space by just running in with a Pit of Malice and just frontlining. Sniper is keeping them at bay with shrapnels, and there's the Crystal Maiden ult coming up. It's just too difficult for Liquid to re-engage here. And a nicely played fight here from Aster will secure themselves a good position in the game once again. And the control of the pit, 30-second respawn on that. Both teams will want to get access to this. This is the second Roche, so will come with a little bit of a bonus.
And Mickey has the data list, so he will start to hurt. Is opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere as the next item.
Okay, that's I like that approach too. You know, you're feeling a lot safer against the Rupture. to get yourself that freedom of movement.
Well, the Rupture's on his team.
Oh, I was looking at the Lesh. He's also going like.
Oh, yeah, that one makes sense. I'm trying to figure out this.
Everybody gets a link.
The charge is very annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
And the only way to take full advantage of that, if you're the Spirit Breaker, is to get an Axe, which he is going for. So the Lincolns won't be that big of a deal at that point.
Aster,
as we have a smoke down from Liquid.
Aster poked the Rosh and went out. They feel Liquid are going to come contest this, and they are very right. The top lane is all the way in the tier 3 tower, and no one from Liquid's defending. This is a dead giveaway that Liquid are up to something here. And Aster will do the same. Boboka is terrifying with that Shadow Blade that he's had for a while. If they get vision on anyone, they could just get stunned out of nowhere on Liquid's side with very minimal defense, except like we talked about the Frost Shield, but doesn't really save you from this Radiant lineup very well.
Yep, Ori used his Bloodstone thinking that he was going to get jumped, so another 15-second cooldown on that.
Success. Will find the ward.
Very tense as both teams know that Rosh is up.
The Gem knows that Liquid have vision here. Obviously not going to go ward. Way too risky. He could get jumped by Marcy and just blasted there. So gets the information, gets back. They have Boboka clean up mid with a charge. Next wave will now be cut by Boboka as well. Gonna clean this up out of the Shadow Blade, just killing all of those spiders in one charge.
Yeah, ever since they changed
feel really good.
His bash to do that much damage to creep.
Yeah.
Even better counter.
I think this is the most CS I've seen a Spirit Breaker have minute 34 since Xiao 8 played at mid. That's what spiders will do for you.
That is true. I mean, he's halfway to his Axe, and that thing is crazy.
Invisibility.
Still posturing on the other side of the map. No one quite ready to fight, knowing that this Rosh could potentially decide the game. I mean, it's a little early to call that, but
there's a very good chance that
the win percentage with second Rosh has got to be really high for the against it. And look how close this game was.
Yeah.
68% for Aster. Would you feel that? Watching this right now, the Rupture. Onto Ori, gets disposed. Ori, half HP, he's getting bashed out to Moxie. Trying to right-click his blade. Bloodstone's not going to be enough. A 1-for-1, but it's a support for a mid. And Liquid trying to reset. Now the Bop is on relatively low HP. Disposed onto Moxie with the rebound movement speed bump as well. They're able to reset completely.
Now the buyback from Insania, a 5v4 situation effectively here. Lesh has buyback too, but no BKB ready, so if he connects, he has to be careful. The trade-off here, of course, Liquid using 2 of theirs, Marcy and Bloodseeker with a minute cooldown, and Aster are actually confident that this is enough for them to contest the pit. They know they can buy back their Lesh. What can he travel on? They have the outpost too, so the connection point is there.
Monet just well. That's a good card. Hit a Malice gets forced out to safety. But they're going to find a Space Cow first. Laguna Blade onto XXX. A nice Chain Frost bouncing as XXX still has the BKB activated. Siamese Cat looks to be next on the list, but double buybacks now from Aster, and they can reconnect relatively quickly. Especially wants to put a Fiend's Gate there. Still 5v5, but that is several buybacks from Aster. But like you said, the BKB is very important for Liquid. Charge on to Mickey, but the Frost Shield's going to make a lot of physical damage. Foxy's going to be dead. Trying to help his teammate, and Mickey pops the BKB. Trying to get the dieback onto Ori. He's at half HP with the Bloodstone healing up to a high degree, but it's not going to be enough. Ori diebacks, and Monet stuck in. So what is it? He just stuck there, trying to right-click his way out of it. It's getting some lifesteal now, but Zai is going to be able to take him out in the end. It's going to be close. Monet is still lifestealing, despite just standing still for the last 30 seconds. Matu has already died, and now Boboka trying to chase the Lich. There's the rebound. Mickey gets instantly stunned. Disposed back. They kill Monet. Finally, he buys back into the game, though. And now the Unleashed going to town on XXX. Bought back and stuff as well. Looks like Broodmother is next year, though. And now this has turned into a 3 versus 2, technically in favor of Aster. But Boboka died. That's another dieback for him. Boxy TPing away. He is successful. 6K lead for Liquid. What the hell was that fight?
That's actually completely insane. If Aster do end up claiming this, I guess they're somewhat okay with what they had to throw for that. They spent... How many buybacks was that? I kind of lost the overview, so...
I mean, this isn't even accurate.
4 buybacks, I believe, from Aster used in this situation. Obviously, they had to buy back Ori in the beginning, so again, Ori really not progressing too much.
They want to go. They have the rebound available. Rosh is relatively low. The Frost Shield is there, but a nice pit of Malice. Gonna root. But Boxy gets to that pit. He gets to dispose of. Who gets the Rosh is question sure who got the shard on top of that, but either way, Aster is happy with this exchange. Looks like Boxy, did he actually take the shard?
Boxy grabbed it, and in a fit of panic, he used it instantly. I don't think.
Oh no!
I don't think that's the best shard they could have used there. Maybe what are the other options? Brood or Lina? Yeah, maybe it's actually the best one.
Might be fine. Actually.
Now they have a save that they haven't had before. They can obviously rebound the target away.
All right. Okay, not able to hit the LSA there, but wow.
I mean, honestly, the craziest thing about the team that we just saw was how long Monet stayed alive, right? And it's because he's getting Crimson guarded by the Underlord, so the spiders do 0 damage. Zai has a 0 damage item build, so he's basically tickling him. And Monet was just using Mask of Madness, standing still and pressing A-click on the ground.
I've never seen a sniper stand still for that amount of time. As we have some more action, it looks like potentially Rupture. But Zai is kind of stuck. He's going to get charged at it. XXX is taking the brunt of the damage from Matu. He's going to get bashed up, but we'll be able to get the Fiend's Gate out in time. As Liquid just don't have the damage right now. But Zai, he gets charged in on, into the Nether Strike and into the right clicks of Monet. And now with the assault onto XXS. This is going to add insult to injury, and this push will be even faster for... I mean, that was a rhyme. Intended. Tier 2 tower looks to be done. How much more can they get? Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis.
50 seconds on Brood as well.
Yep.
And Zai does not have buyback gold. They do not know this for a fact, but they might have a feeling based on the Aghanim Scepter being purchased that he cannot reconnect to this fight. Still, you have to be a little bit careful about this high ground push. Marcy is very terrifying on defense, and as we've already established, Boxy with the dagger doesn't even need to rebound in. He can blink in and dispose and rebound out to maybe force a BKB. He can obviously also rebound in and dispose and then blink out if he's fast enough. If he takes any damage, that is not happening.
He can rebound his teammates.
He can also do that. He could rebound Mickey in and lose the game. That is another option he has.
We have seen it during DPC. We have seen the Marcy Shard win games and lose games.
Yeah. Insania counting the buybacks there.
Yeah.
Wonder if he counted all of them and wrote down all the times. That would be very impressive. That would be inhuman, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. Nice to have a human calculator on your team, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yep, I have that every game.
Minutes still on the Aegis for Aster, but Liquid, in terms of net worth, have the very slight lead right now. An incredibly close game. DD is bottled for Monet, and I'm sure that they're going to want to use it here to at least get a tier 3, if not try to get a barracks.
That bottom lane is very, very open. Minute 50. I don't know how much is left on the bottle. When did he pick that up? So if he picked it up around 40, it might have been sitting there for a little bit, but should have enough time to maybe connect on a wave. The spinner snares are starting to make life difficult for Aster. Very annoying.
Techies was deleted, but
I actually think
lives on in Brood.
I was saying this is kind of the new old Techies, the spinner snare. It is incredibly annoying to play against. Don't underestimate how much the mental means, but well, no snares bottom just yet. Monet pops the DD. We'll force out the glyph. They will get another glyph after this tower falls, mind you, with the changes. So Liquid do have another round of defense for the barracks.
Tower is finally down.
Yeah, Monet's attack speed is nothing to scoff at. He's got a lot of attack speed items. They have the AC on the Underlord, Mask of Madness activation. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Aster. This is a big moment now. Liquid will try to find perhaps an angle. Pushing out mid for now. Do they even have it smokes left? They do not. Yeah, they do. They have one on Boxy. So if Liquid do want to challenge something here, they can, but it's a very difficult position to access yourself into. Yeah, you keep scouting them with spinner snare, though. Oh, Monet, well, we can't flip another one. No, XXS, however. We'll find another spinner snare. I'm sure he's having a great time there.
They're smoked up, but he knows, right? It notifies them.
Yep. This is not happening.
That is actually hilarious, man. I think it's my first game casting Brewdags.
It's one of those things that's hilarious to watch, and then you're imagining being a player on Aster.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's,
but that's Dota, right?
It is very annoying, let me tell you. All right, Liquid. It's time. Is this Aegis expiring just now? Aster will place XXS to cover the high ground. Boxy gets thrown in.
They know they get the bash up, but Monet is right looking from afar. Ricky Potts, BKB gets a Laguna blade, and now they jump on top of Monet and kill him immediately. No buyback for him. And Baboka now stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's a second, make it 3 for Mickey. What a fight. What an initiation with no vision, I'm pretty sure. Not able to get the rebound. Boxy has been playing out of his mind. Now down the mid lane, Liquid goes with a 7K lead, knowing that a lot of these buybacks will not be available. Only the Underlord at the moment.
And you just love the confidence from Boxy, right? The smoke breaks, he instantly just blinks up blindly and pops his ult, and BKB finds a target, the fight breaks out. And Monet tries to come in and help, but they just destroyed him with Marcelina. He didn't even get to play the fight. Probably felt relatively confident with his Butterfly that he had something to stand his ground with, but just not the case. Liquid, are they actually just going to go for it?
They're going to try to go run. They know that Sniper's not back for 60 seconds. Tier 4 is already at half HP. They're going to be able to pick it out pretty swiftly. Can Aster actually defend this in a 3v5 situation? Finally, the fortification is popped. They won't have one for the rest of the game in all likelihood if they continue down this mid lane. Unleash is popped for Boxy, just priming and ready to go. One tier 4 down. Will Liquid continue on here? 33 seconds on Monet. Crimson Guard trying to make a little bit of damage here, but there's the initiation on XXS. They get the Rupture on it. They force step him as well, but he's going to live inside the fountain. But the tier 4 goes down as well. And now on to the Ancient. Ori pops a BKB and Bloodstone, but the focus is now on to the Ancient for Liquid. All they have to do is right-click. They don't get game 1. Charging for Baboka. Pretty big, but Mickey continue to right-click with the data. That's going to be enough. Liquid take game 1. Unbelievable. I don't know how this team continues to give everybody heart attacks around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good Lord.
What an amazing way for them to do that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke. They run in.
Pops a BKB and Bloodstone, but the focus is now on to the Ancient for Liquid. All they have to do is right-click, then they'll get game 1. Charging from Baboka. Pretty big, but Mickey continue to right-click with the data. That's going to be enough. Liquid take game 1. Unbelievable. I don't know how this team continues to give everybody heart attacks around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good Lord.
What an amazing way for them to do that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke. They run in. They find an amazing fight. There's no buyback on Aster on the Sniper. Their best line of defense is out of play, and Liquid just take the risk. They're assuming he doesn't have the buyback with the fresh Butterfly, and they just commit. They run down the mid lane, they push through it, and they get the job done. What an amazing way to end that game. And not the way I thought it was going to end, or the speed.
Yeah.
This happened very suddenly. They found the perfect moment, and they get themselves up 1-0.
Absolutely unreal game. And if you're Aster, obviously we talked about they 2-0'd Liquid in the upper bracket. They face them now, and this is a team. This is a different Liquid team than we saw in the upper bracket. I mean, they were upper bracket, sure, but their momentum, despite this break, is just ridiculous. This is like Team Spirit, not to pat myself on the back, Team DC from TI6. Like, a lot of these memories are coming back to me, Sinner, and this team is pretty fearsome, to be sure. Let's go to the studio and see what they have to say. Don't listen to Sinner anymore.
Thank you for that. Indeed, I know that a lot of people were wondering, like, 5-day break, that momentum, it might be gone. No, it's not. No, it's not. Team Liquid take game 1 here against Aster, so they are one step away from getting to that final day of the International 11. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, where do you want to start breaking it down? Because it was such a close game till the very end when we saw Monet die without buyback.
I mean, that was a great game, just as we expect from Liquid, but I guess I just want to start from the draft, because I think that they did something really cool conceptually that game, which was they countered the Leshrac that they gave to Ori, which is one of his best heroes, with the same timing, the 15-minute pipe timing on the Broodmother versus the 15-minute timing of the Bloodstone on the Leshrac. And it felt like every time Ori was taking these fights, he just was not healing. And the BKB from Lina came in so early as well. So I think if you just break it down to basics like that, they had a lot of really cool ideas that they obviously prepared for.
how does this keep happening? Every single time Team Liquid plays, it's just pure chaos, pretty much. You know, ever since like their days in Alliance, some of these players, like that they're not going to be able to close out the game. Something weird's going to happen.
Like
They're serious against Thunder Awaken.
Yeah. Brood coming through the portal of the Underlord.
Yeah, Zai's like, yeah, I got to check it out to see what's in this door. And yeah, he joins, but most of the time he was at the bottom, just chilling, farming his items, something that Effie did mention. This was brutal. Like this fight right here, people life-stealing from both of the Wraith packs, having the life-steal from the sidekick, Paladin and Sword as well. I think Boxy is having the time of his life. Like this is extremely good performance. This might even be, you know, Boxy Tosca really up there, but Boxy on Marcy completely
that
different.
TP was insane.
Yeah, so many times clutch plays coming out from him.
It's like a he's an offlaner. He's coming in and taking Taiga's role, you know, fan favorite going over to OG, but it's like he has absolutely proven himself over the year. I think we were pleasantly surprised casting him in throughout the EU DPC, but this isn't just like a pleasant surprise from him. This is fucking insane. He's legitimately carrying his team. That last game was entirely on his shoulders. The blink up onto the high ground, the BKB TP out that we saw, he was not only initiating every single fight, his 2 cores were dead, and he was carrying it. He was doing the damage. This guy's a 4 position, not the carry.
No, he's definitely insane on that role, as you say. And someone who's also insane, a little bit, is Direction Slack, who's in the crowd.
Stadium is packed. I thought that we would go and talk to some people about that last game. Pretty exciting stuff here. Hello. Who are you rooting for in that last game?
Liquid, obviously.
Obviously. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, what'd you think?
I thought it was phenomenal.
And what do you think about this stadium here right now? You feeling it? You feeling the TI hype?
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it. We got flags and banners. This is going on. It's great.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada? I saw the hat. I thought you were one of my people. Can we get one yeehaw, please? Canadian yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Yeah! All right, any Aster fans? Aster fans? Anybody like Aster? Oh, okay, we got an Aster fan. What do you think about that last game, my friend? They need some words of encouragement. Anything to say?
They're both pretty good, but I just support whoever wins the team fight, actually.
Okay, well, that's depressing. I think they needed something more. Don't worry, you can do it, Aster, right, boy? Everybody, we got it? Aster! Aster! All right, fantastic. Well, we're going to pass it back to the panel, my friends. But before we do, I just wanted everyone in the arena to let those people that are watching know what they missed. Can we please tell them from home how hyped we are? Let's go, Singapore! I'll do it. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Indeed, Slacks and banners. What more do we really need? I know that Aster needs a little bit more, though, because they got a lot of pressure on them now, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely, because, you know, they showed how good Dota they can play on LAN, but if they don't win this series, this is going to be the second time in TI history that there's not going to be a Chinese team in top 3. There was one time that it happened, it was TI3, but other than that, you know, they are carrying the torch for their region.
Yeah, definitely, because they eliminated the other Chinese team that was in the TIs, that was still in TI, and PSG LGD. Let's hear them talk about it.
打那个汤者的时候，我能感觉到我们队有一趟压力，就是自己给自己压力，就没有什么别的原因，就是可能感觉就是放不开吧，就我们。我觉得兰姆他就是，然后输给汤角之后，他还跟我们说了，是我们打的太没有那个进攻性了，就是打得太怂了，然后我们也总结过了，就改天就打败老干爹嘛，
就感觉老干爹一直是我们就是在中国赛区最大的竞争对手，然后之前也很多比赛被他们什么3比0、2比0，然后就各种被他们就是被他们干嘛，然后
22 Gabe and Gabe Radiant, 88% chance of winning.
Damage is going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2 for nothing to start this fight. He's A-OK as Ori. He's going to get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around into the Primal Beast. This is what's the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. He's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to Say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI11.
How did it feel knocking out LGD? What was it like?
打完之后感觉又是挺可惜的感觉，就有被死边什么的，还蛮可惜的感觉。这次到了 TI， 肯定还是想往更高的名次冲刺，想把以前的那些输掉的比赛都赢回来。
我觉得我们今年这5个人在一起的那一刻，我就觉得我们是奔着今年的冠军来的。我挺难忘的吧，这7年来，这是我第一次冲进 TI 4强，并且有拿冠军的机会吧，所以我非常珍惜这一把翻盘，然后也很珍惜和我的队友走到现在。我觉得不管是老干爹还好，还是我们，还是RNG 好，为了中国粉丝尽力去拿下这一个冠军吧。然后之前中国赛区的成绩都比较不错，然后都是老干爹，差不多都是老干爹拿的。然后今年到我们了，所以我觉得我们也要接下这个重任，然后不负众望吧。
Now that for sure is a lot of responsibility to carry on your shoulders, but if there's one coach that can propel you to do that, it is Alanam, because he's been at every international apart from one. He only missed CI7. This is his 10th international, his first as a coach, and he knows what you need as a player, I think, Jenkins, in order to make sure that you can focus on your game most of all.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been one of the most experienced people at this TI at the start and at the end, which it is funny that for this TI, a lot of the newcomers, the new blood, we're actually losing them. We're down 20% in terms of new blood versus old blood. It turns out experience is reigning supreme here, at least in the main stage of TI.
Yeah, Aster still has also a first-timer, Effie.
Yeah, in Siamese Cat. Interestingly enough, we found out today that he's the oldest player on Aster, but he is the newest to competitive play, which I thought was really cool because he's kind of like Aster's troublemaker in that he's always starting fights in pubs in China and coming up with memes. But I really like that you guys brought up the experience factor because that really feels like it was what Aster was lacking. Last year, they had really great results within China, but not internationally. But this year, they brought in Ori, who has so much competitive experience, and it really felt like that was the piece of the puzzle they needed. Just some in-game shot caller, someone to play around, someone who knows their stuff. And if you combine that with Lanham, who we've already talked about has so much TI experience, you can really see the effect of it on this team.
You can indeed. Fun fact about Pichu, or Siamese Cat, is that he wants to open a pet shop. He wasn't playing professional Dota 2, but he is playing professional Dota 2. A cat shop specifically, by the way. What's in the name? And he is playing Dota 2. He's walking to the stage right now. We got Team Liquid and Aster for the second game of this best of 3. They'll be taking their places. The pressure is on. The crowd is there to give them more energy, though, to propel through for sure as they are taking their seats. Now, one thing we've been talking about Aster, and we can continue talking about Aster, but isn't it also a lot of fun to hear players talk about players or teams talk about teams? For example, to hear Team Liquid talking about Team Aster.
I think Aster, they're individual. They're very, very strong.
A lot of the Chinese teams tend to have like a very good idea of like cohesion, and they play together very well, and they understand like how to ebb and flow around the map. Like when someone's being aggressive on one side, the other side is defensive, and they play this kind of map very, very well.
I think their individual strengths, along with like I'm sure Lana brings a lot to the table because the cohesion and their overall strategies is also very solid. In a lot of games, you can see they get severely outfarmed, but it doesn't matter because they just construct this 5-man ball that eventually will win the game. You know, no matter how much you outfarm them, they will win the game. Is their style, and it works well for them, and we're gonna try to counter that.
Well, and they did already in that first game, of course. I want to talk a little bit more about the game plan that we saw coming out from Aster. This is one of the faster drafts we've had, right? Because you do have 5 days to prepare. We saw the Underlord Spearbreaker, XXS Baboka have been playing together in the same team since 2015. That's over 7 years, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years. Some people have not been playing Dota for that long that are in this tournament, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Sticking together, the chemistry is out there, and they're on to something. I mean, Monet did talk about, you know, I'm going to quote him, with the 5-day break, it feels like everyone's caught on a cliffhanger. Like, it's a lot of time to think about what you're gonna do, and I kind of liked what they had in this game number 1 with the Spirit Breaker and the Underlord, because you can have like a bit more of a global presence, and also Underlord against the Bloodseeker, where you can use the portal reset, going back to Fountain while you're ruptured and then come back in. So you know that they're theory crafted quite a lot. We could see this in game 1, but they might need to bang out something even stronger.
But to talk about the other side of the coin, I think Liquid prepared for this match so well. I was genuinely so impressed. I did manage to talk about it a little bit, but they gave away Aster's comfort heroes. They gave away the 2 heroes that they lost to in the upper bracket, right? They lost to Aster's Lesh and their Sniper in that game 1, and they just comfortably gave it away with ideas of their own. And I thought that Broodmother into the Lesh was very innovative, because typically you don't really think about them as a timing versus timing hero, but that's actually what it turned out to be. And of course, Boxy, who lost on the Marcy twice to Aster, just came out swinging, right? He had a great upper bracket performance, but this one topped even that. So I feel like Liquid, their momentum didn't stop. The 5-day break did not hurt them like a lot of fans were worried that it would do. It actually seems to have benefited them. And you can really see the impact of the 3 coaches in Liquid now in this 5-day break. They really upped their analysis.
And going back to Aster, I don't feel like what they prepared is something that they want to go back on. I think they can feel pretty good about that game, especially Baboka on the Spirit Breaker. He was, I think,
some clutch stuff.
Yeah, the same way that we're talking about Boxy playing Marcy, if Aster had won, we'd be saying almost the exact same stuff about Baboka. Like, the 4 positions both carried so hard in both of these games. So I feel like the game just came down. It was very close for the entire thing. It was back and forth either way, and it came down to like 1 or 2 like clutch fights right at the end. I think Aster can repeat the same thing, maybe with a little bit of a tweak, and they can feel good about their preparation.
I mean, after the game, it's easy to say, oh, they should have done that, but I don't mind. Like, I think Aster played well. The shot calling, when to use the buybacks. This is where the game kind of went towards Liquid's way, because they used 4 buybacks, and they didn't get too much out of it. They got Aegis. Boxy did still shard.
Place and stuff. That's what the stage makes you do.
Aster's turn to pick.
Pretty back and forth and enjoyable to watch.
It's like having a player like Boxy who's not afraid to take risks is so powerful when you're in this game state, and he was on the Marcy, which he will not be this time, because it will be on Aster. I think we unanimously agreed that it felt like Boxy probably the MVP of that last game. Yeah. Just tons of playmaking, a lot of confidence, just really landing stun after stun. When his smoke breaks, he's just blinking in, setting things up for his team, giving vision. This time around, though, has to find another solution.
That's looking pretty similar again. I guess the only new hero is the Tusk.
There's a Primal Beast.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Primal's in the pool.
Team Aster's turn to bat.
So you talk about how Marcy owned, and these are fast picks, by the way. These teams know exactly what's going on. But Boxy's Tusk has been pretty disgusting as well. Like, he's played like 3 or 4 heroes like S tier.
Yeah.
Do you like it as a counter 4 matchup against Marcy? Is Tusk one of the better ones, or do you not really mind?
I think Boxy just went down his list and took the second hero after Marcy.
That's honestly how it goes. Right. Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, one of the very crazy things is the 8 sniper on Aster. It seems like they have very high confidence. Like, they rate super highly. It's not a Lina this time.
Team Liquid's turn
they just like
to
him no matter what. That's also looking pretty similar. Looks like Liquid is going to list down again. Grab the Mars. second stage as well last time. Yep. Remember what else event? I think Naga, but that was for the Brood. Might not opt to that.
Yes, they banned Mars, Naga, and Pango. I do think that Pango will go, yeah, it will. So, it's... I feel like when you're targeting XXS in second phase bans, these would be my two go-to ones. A potential honorable mention to Brewmaster. I don't know if... I guess Brew's a pretty good hero against Lesh, right? I've seen some teams use it as a counter pick, just... You know, Lesh hits this amazing timing with Bloodstone, you just cyclone him and fight someone else. So it might be worth a ban here for Liquid as well.
I think it's also one of XXX's top tier heroes, and they're gonna have to pick 17. They, as in, like, don't know what they're going up against. And I think Aster is one of the teams that might pick it up if it's not getting banned in seconds. Let's go, Toby.
There's a Visage for him.
Please Visage?
Yeah.
That is it as well. Yeah, Visage an old school Lash Strike counter as well.
I'm thinking hard about this Lone Druid ban.
True, actually. yeah. So still, like, once again, you're playing against Liquid, you're playing against Matu, you're thinking you ban that Lone Druid.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Against those heroes.
Getting rid of the Lich. This time around, I guess Aster, especially with this opening, are more countered by Frost Shield, and Insania did have a pretty meaningful impact in that last game with some Chain Frosts too. However, just say Lich is like, I guess the Frost Shield component against snipers just straight right click is nice, but he's never really going to be in position for Chain Frost. He's never going to be in range for the... And he's one of the heroes that can kill the Spire if Lich goes for that. He's kind of a hybrid mix.
I think the Frost Shield would have been good against both Sniper and Marcy.
Yeah.
Like it would have just countered them to harvest the Lich. Also, the Brew Bound coming out last from Liquid, I think that's very smart. As I said, XXS really loves this hero. The main coming out is no surprise, honestly. Maybe it's a surprise it didn't get banned. It's one of those heroes that Insania just loves to play with another Frost hero in stronger lane. Surprised it didn't get banned, I guess.
Yeah, they're more afraid of Lich than Sion.
Yeah. But I think it makes sense against Marcy Sniper with the Lich.
I guess.
Shield.
I think any downside to having a lineup that doesn't have a ton of flexibility right now. I don't know what I mean, you said they could play position 1 Lesh technically. You said Aster wasn't able to do that probably. But see a Putka.
Oh. Okay. This sniper punches flex, definitely.
I meant for Liquid.
Yeah, I think Liquid, they don't flex the Lesh too much. I don't think Mato's played Lesh a single time this tournament, and Mika always like his ults.
Mika can play safe in Lesh.
I suppose, yeah, if there's a good
Spirit.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's silent. Silent.
They really want a solution for the Sniper in their lineup here with that backline jump.
This is really...
So I believe it was Liquid against Thunder Awaken, where Thunder were picking Pudge into Lesh, and he is just insane against this hero. You pop Flesh Heap, you take basically no damage from Edict, you take almost no damage from Pulse Nova if you have any sort of magic resist on top of it. So is a direct counter here from Aster to the Lesh. Do you feel like Storm's matchup against Pudge is meaningful though, or?
It's honestly, I don't want to play any.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
It's probably a decent matchup for the Storm Spirit. He does very well against many melee heroes. And obviously an answer to Sniper, which I feel like they were lacking, I think. The mid matchup is probably fine.
I've seen Storm lose mid really hard to Sniper.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. So like they could actually opt to put the Sniper mid and the Pudge carry. That could be a very, I think, Sniper matchup bidding against the Storm.
Is there a world that you can play a 3 Pudge on XXS? Because he has also played that hero in the past, or is that just kind of outdated at this point? We've barely seen it this tournament, right? It's almost only carry in mid.
I think that would be wild. I think that would be... Especially because Monet and Ori are just insanely confident on it.
Yeah.
And I picture XXS as sort of the teamfight hero player, like the Panda that can ban out the Pango, the Mars. They even banning like more and more of the time. I think they want some AoE control. Last pick on Aster possible.
Liquid, by being second pick, will have the ultimate last pick of the draft. You guys need to pick a hero for XXS now. What's it going to be? Like you don't know your carry matchup, so I'm assuming you're trying to pick an offlaner that initiates for your team and maybe has a solution for Storm to an extent, or Sanking?
No. No. You don't want to get counterpicked by Matu and playing his thing.
Yeah, so...
Casual Visage.
Visage? Okay. Remaining.
Any melee strength hero.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess Aster's teamfight would then not look that good. I'm still curious if Liquid is thinking about putting the Lash Strike possibly on Matsu, but I think it's almost 99% on Zai. Multiple times.
Like the Dawnbreaker against...
Oh, the Dawnbreaker's still the killer. Liquid might ban it though.
Dawn for success is definitely an option. He was banned last game as well by Liquid. Kind of going down the list again. I wonder if there's anything else they have their eyes on as a potential threat that Aster might go for. But yeah, Dawn seems pretty solid.
Also the pool even. So Brood is out, Enigma on Mars, playing over
Team
side. So many
Aster's
good
turn to pick.
They will rate the Visage higher. Okay.
Toby got it.
It feels like Dawn is a nice, like, layer of protection for the sniper later on as well. Like, it could be the difference maker about whether he stays alive or not if he gets jumped by, like, Storm Tusk. Maybe a Dawn ult can buy some time. You also have the hook, obviously. If it gets really crazy, maybe you can get a dispose off, but most of the time that's going to be tough. So what do you feel now? You like the Visage, right? And now that's not an option for Aster anymore. So what
I don't really like Dawn, but it's the only thing left.
Still the best one.
I'm not sure what else is even still left in the pool. And you have to consider that Liquid has the ultimate last pick again.
I'd say I've seen Lone Druid do pretty well against Dawn in games that I've watched. Not really here at TI. I don't think it's been a common matchup, but just high rank top games, Lone Druid fares well in that lane a lot of the time. Are you thinking about Lone as Aster? You probably are, right? As an option here for Liquid. So is that a concern for Dawn, or is it still just the best choice you have and you just kind of have to deal with it?
I think you just have to pick it.
It's also the Underlord that he
Team
maybe it's a top 9 pick, but it's
Omni Knight. Omni Knight. Wow. Okay.
Who is a core? Marcy or Omni?
Or Jakiro.
Or Jakiro.
So this is a Matu hero, right? Lone Druid, you're saying? What do you guys think of Spectre? Good against Sniper, good against like pure damage through Omni Knight's ult.
I think they have bug
5
problems.
seconds remaining.
Pudge is too good against that?
Yeah, they need someone to kill Pudge.
Yeah, the life steal are so now. The Spectre is not really needed because you already have the Storm against the Sniper. You could double counter him, but I'm not sure also how. Like, Spectre is a pretty outdated hero.
Is there actually even a carry left that counters Pudge on that matchup? Ursa, Bloodseeker, and Lifesteal are the 3 best. They're all gone. Something like CK can sometimes overpower it, but you're still against Flesh Heap and you're against GA, so that's kind of worry.
Yeah.
That's a concern. You have no dispels whatsoever against Omni in this game. I actually really like this last pick from Aster, given that they don't have ultimate last pick. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Liquid to find a perfect hero that might not exist.
Morphling is the perfect hero, but Matu doesn't play it.
Matu plays Morph? No? Maybe he hasn't played it this tournament. He definitely plays it.
Yes. I mean, there's always like, it depends what you practice the last couple of months and how confident you're on it. In any case, is this an offlane Omni, you think? Or acting as Marcy? That's actually like still not obvious.
Oh, that's true, yeah, it doesn't necessarily.
But what if it's an Ori
Sounds
sniper
like
and
offlane Omni.
Carry Marcy with Omni support? That's also an option.
It looks like
Probably
they've
not
made their selection. They're going to wait till the last second. The whole gyro meme, I believe, is what Blitz said, to make Insania sweat a bit. Okay.
Nice call, Toby.
Toby proven.
Well, you said it was the best pick, but you also said he wasn't playing it, so you get 1 point out of 2. That's still pretty good.
Laughing, so I think he
he's
understood.
like, it's perfect.
It's like, I don't play this hero, guys.
Toby on the case predicting every hero.
Alright, so whose draft do you guys like?
So it's a 5 Omni, Pichu, and
Marcy.
offlane Marcy X success. Ori mid Pudge.
Ori mid Pudge, exactly. I like Liquid's draft, honestly. It's confidence coming up from this Morphling pick. I think it's a very good Morphling game. Also, Zai has done wonderful things on his Ledge, Boxy Tusk. Curious to see how this mid matchup will go in the end. The Storm against Pudge, but Liquid's draft is...
I like Liquid's draft as well.
Damn good with his Morphling last pick. Got them.
How do you think Marcy Sniper fares against Ledge Tusk? I feel like that might be the lane to watch here. Is that clearly favored for either team? Assuming it's... Or, sorry, I said Marcy Sniper, sorry. Sniper Omni. Do they have the tools necessary to lane
Sniper
against
Omni
Ledge
should
Tusk?
do very well in this lane. Unless they get out.
And Marcy in any lane.
Yeah.
I think that's what we learned at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is still bonkers, I guess.
Plus 4 Jakiro, by the way.
Yeah, so Marcy Jakiro against Morph Maiden probably is going to be a farming lane, largely, right? But the Omni Sniper is definitely an oddball.
I guess the Marcy is also like not counted in any Venus game, except the Morph maybe. I'm not sure what the lane goes like, but this Marcy game was.
So, Sir Action Slacks, I believe, is with us here with a nice interview before game number 2. Let's hear what he has to say.
Prepare for battle.
不要凶嘛，我不是故意的。
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
不要凶嘛，我不是故意的。
感谢大哥送的人头，比心哦。
3, 2, 1, adiós。
我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！
3, 2, 1, adiós.
30 seconds to battle.
They're in. Sunspan.
You're welcome.
Hello, Sunspan. Thank you. Liquid versus Aster, game number 2. And we're going to see a Matu morph, as we already discussed. We're going to see Omni Knight support, which is a hero that didn't exist till recently, it feels like. Tell me what this hero offers.
Yeah, so Omni usually will, on level 1, skill Hammer of Purity, which is also what he has done here. So it's his trading ability in lane. You just do some damage and effectively trade HP off you yourself, and you try to trade with either the enemy support or the enemy offlane or whatever is better. And then later on, okay, that's a start from Ori.
Yep, the hook looks good. He's all warmed up from game number 1. Just give me Pudge. This is an elimination game. Give me Pudge. I want to have fun.
I will say, to be honest, this has been one of Ori's most impressive heroes to watch this year. After it became relevant as a core hero, he's been one of the standout players on it, so I think Aster will feel confident having him running that. To finish off on the Omni thought, aside from this early laning trading that he does here with Boxy, who's pulling the wave, what Omni is going to offer is a lot of defense. It's one of the most defensive supports in the game. You have a strong heal, you have a Dispel that gives regen, and your ulti, obviously the full physical block, which Liquid have done a very good job at. You know, with their lineup, they have solutions for Guardian Angel.
Okay.
Ori.
And he pops Fairy Fire, so he's going to live as a result. Matu getting pretty low in the bottom lane, and Zai getting low in the top lane.
And if only there was a Bloodseeker in this lane, he would have a million move speed right now, but...
Talk to me about the mid matchup. So Ori on the Pudge, Mickey on the Storm Spirit. Pudge is just... We've talked about this hero a lot, but very level dependent.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's been playing forward, he has benefited from his passive, which is now an active. He has great base damage. He can write good pack animation. Like, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
I think this lane is pretty dangerous for Storm, because if you do get hooked, you have no way of repositioning yourself. You have 285 move speed, so you can never outrange the Pudge.
Yeah.
Even if you Vortex, the slow isn't enough, slow yourself, so... it's kind of a balancing lane where Pudge needs to gauge whether he can go for a kill or not. And if he can, and lands a hook, he probably just gets it. Oh boy, insane.
Dispose, and first blood this time goes to Aster.
Look at that, it's the same as last game. Marcy jumps Maiden and kills her in the same lane.
Marcy is, I mean, I talk about it. Wait, Primal Beast wasn't banned at all? Or was that in the second?
He was ignored, I think.
Completely ignored. Wow.
I believe so.
Yeah, Primal Beast and Marcy, we were both expecting to be the most picked / banned, but to get through at this late in the tournament, shocking.
Yeah, and there's that trade-off. Ori, he's going for it.
The rod, we got a TP coming in, but Boxy is a little too late. Gets the ice shards off.
He's level 1
Water
though.
Rune is popped by Ori, and it looks like he's fine. Wants a high five. Will he get a high five back? Boxy just focusing on CS.
Oh, this is concerning for Liquid. Once Ori gets going on this hero, he has the ability to completely take over games. He's gonna now go and get the bounty rune for a refill.
Oh yeah,
also gonna hook the Centaur for some added benefit. He's gonna get a Tango, a Heavenly Grace. Everything to make good old Pudge happy here. And yep, that solo kill mid is enormous. He's 600 net worth now ahead of that Storm. And the level advantage is nothing to ignore either. When Storm hits 6 after Pudge, he's constantly at risk. Any connection on a hook is a kill. You can even just walk up and dismember him if the lane positioning is unfortunate for Mikro. He's not paying attention or being careful enough all the time. Yeah, it's scary. This mid lane start for Liquid, definitely not
even
what they were
taking
hoping.
into account that there's a Marcy on your team that has not even bothered to help out in mid lane because they don't need to. He's winning that, and now they're going to go on top of Insania again as Matu trying to deal some damage to Boboka, but it looks like Insania will be the death for Liquid again. 0-2 thus far in this lane.
Made more just not the strongest of lanes, especially in the early levels. Liquid obviously acknowledging that Morphling has a good core game, but the Marcy Jakiro lane, insanely strong matchup. They're gonna hit level 3 now as well, Ori will. Water.
They're gonna go on top of the Monet here. Looks like they'll find the kill first before Zai ends up being the trade. Favoring Liquid here.
Yeah.
Siamese Cat trying to harass Boxy away. Well, XXS tries to go for a cheeky rebound play, but Matu, as long as you get that strength off, you're not going to die in all likelihood. Ori, like you said, level 5, almost level 5.5, as Mickey just hit level 5 now, so we'll have a kill opportunity. We'll see how passive Mickey will be at that point.
Monet is doing some serious damage to Boxy, not enough though. And yeah, this lane from Liquid, it's really fun to watch this lane because it feels so different from most of what we've seen. Not the Lesh Tusk is pretty common, right? But the Omni Sniper might be the first time this tournament this lane is even played, I would imagine. It's very special in the sense that Sniper has basically no way of repositioning himself, but Omni can make you strong enough to maybe stand your ground, even against Tusk Lesh. As long as there's creeps around that can eat part of the Edict, which, by the way, Zai isn't even skilling. He's going Lightning Storm Stun for now, but Edict will be coming later. Perhaps it's enough? I also wonder how comfortable Liquid are playing against this matchup and Omni in general.
Boxy, he's in a rough spot, gets off a nice ice shards though. Boxy, one of the best Tusk players in the world, of course. We've seen this time and time again. First death in the eye is hooked onto the range creep.
Yep. Might have wanted the siege actually, but...
Yeah, possibly. Either way, the next creep should get him to level 6, and that is where Mickey has to be extremely careful. But Ori's taking a lot of damage here, so we'll see. He has 10 wand charges right now.
It is power rune time though.
Yeah,
gets 6, and he's gonna go for it right away.
Immediately, here comes the snowball to try to cancel, but the damage is already done on Mickey. Another TP to come out from Insania. Mickey dies first though, as Boboka is the one technically getting credit for that one. Zai in the meantime has to TP back to Fountain in the top lane.
Yeah, so the trade-off here is it's a 1-for-1 kill, but Liquid have to bring 2 supports mid to get the trade, and obviously that leaves their side lanes exposed, and Aster identify that and immediately take advantage of that top. Lesh is not a good hero 1v2. This hero thrives on playing with ideally a melee 4 that can set him up and tank some damage, go first. Once that's out of the window, even a lane like Sniper Omni can actually just bully you out. Put on a little bit of a Hammer of Purity and a Shrapnel and just run Lesh down, and he has to back, so...
Talk to me about back to Pudge, of course.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about this fat guy, but
understandable.
Ori has his phase boots. He's going for the casual cloak into Ag. That's really fast.
Yeah.
Is that because he's owning right now?
It's that and he has Omni, right? I think that that extra layer of protection really helps in speeding up your hero going for a faster pace, so I don't mind it. We've seen some different builds on Pudge. We've seen Blink Rush was popularized, especially in the China region earlier this year. Cloak into Ags has been run without Omni as well, so it's not like a first time. We've seen Hood into Ags. We'll see. If he dies once, he might just buy a Hood for value. But as long as he's balling like this, I mean, he has died once. If he dies again,
yeah, but that death, it was a good trade.
It was a trade.
He got the XP.
Yeah. Oh, close to hitting that hook on Mickey. Had the ward seeing Mickey's movement, which he's now gonna ping, is like, why on earth would Ori ever hook here unless he saw me on a ward? But Ori did not count correctly with the, didn't account for Storm's slow movement speed and threw the hook out too early. Mickey obviously not even having boots will make that movement
Imagine
very slow.
being that slow and it benefiting you as Mickey gets out the Electric Vortex. Boxy is here as well. Ice Shards to connect onto Ori. He's stuck here. Gets off the hook though. Instantly cancel on the Dismember, so no kill comes out from Aster this time. But that is a haste rune.
This rune is insane on Pudge.
Indeed. And just like that, Mickey zips as far away as he can, knowing that he can't really contest it.
Or he's going to see Boxy. He might just go for it. So keep in mind, Ori's going for a pretty standard Pudge build here. He's going 1-3-2, which means when he activates Flesh Heap, it blocks all of the self-damage from Rot. This spell gains so much from the second point. And when you have that haste rune, you can just run at people with Rot and Flesh Heap on the duration, usually enough to find a key kill fight. So you've got to be very, very careful as Liquid around the map right now.
Yep. And they actually just drew those boxes. They know that this gank attempt is happening. Zai TP's out. Good attempt from Ori.
Yeah, good read
from
from
the haste now and get back to mid.
Great read from Zai to TP there, because I think a lot of players in that situation just start running and probably get out from running, aside from the obviously Pudge connection there. No, you don't. So he knew that that was a haste play coming in when Sniper started playing aggro, and it's well done. Still a very Aster favored early game. Last game was a lot more even at this point.
But
pretty
with
scary.
all this this movement, it's kind of created some space here for Matu to catch up a bit. He's top 2 net worth right now. Off to a pretty good start. Of course. Oh, he's going straight Lincoln right away. First item. This is like super old school.
Pretty old school. That's not a build we see as commonly right now.
Sania is eventually, surely Crystal Maiden doesn't run away from somebody. Surely he is dead. They want Ori to try to get these Flesh Heap stacks. The hook connects, and Ori gets another Flesh Heap stack to his name, which is now at 3. But yeah.
That might be the longest that Maiden escaped from a gank ever.
That was like, I thought it was slow motion at first.
Yeah.
Big zip in with a connection from Boxy. They're focusing on Baboka. They get him. Make it a little bit low on mana as Ori is now TP'd in for a connection of their own. Faking the hook, not going to go for it.
That was with the power rune picked up from Mickey. He got a double damage, and that enabled that play to be very swift. So immediately converting that to a support kill. Not the biggest, but it's still nice for Liquid to force rotation, if nothing else, from Aster. They do get the TPs in toward mid, which I think arguably are worth more than the kill itself in that instance. It's getting Ori as well as Pichu's TPs on cooldown, which could potentially open up for something here up top. Boxy is thinking about it. He's getting level 6 from the next creep in Fog. Pichu in a very good position here, covering Monet, and it is a difficult kill. Keep in mind, if he Heavenly Graces at the right time and removes multiple abilities, Monet just gets that bit stronger. That could keep him alive. He also has Raindrop and a decently charged up wand. This play probably does not actually exist for Liquid. Hook, Matu with a quick wave form.
Just go for the tier 1 tower. On top of the Omni Knife potentially. Gets off the Heavenly Grace, but Boxy, he's the one kind of isolated right now. The snowball is going to buy him a little bit of time, but he's just going to get right-clicked by Monet. Really easy kill here from Aster.
Yeah, and Liquid even brought a Maiden for that, just to die in a 2v3. That feels really bad. You're the one allocating resources to try to threaten the Sniper, and he's just standing his ground, showing to be way too powerful with the Omni Knight behind. They've settled for trying to go on the Omni, but just not possible.
Oh, we got Ori. Gonna get the Dismember up. But that's against another punch named Matu. Trying to get off a little bit of damage here, but he's going to get Ice Path inside the Macro Pyre. Hook back into the fray, and down goes Matu. Zip back in, but now the Heavenly Grace comes out as Mickey has to walk away in shame. Aster here in numbers. Not sure if they see Insania, but
yeah, he's got no resources left.
He's a pig.
Oh, this is one way Maiden can escape for a few seconds, but now she's slow.
Crystal Maiden jukes in slow motion, but XXS is here. And again, the longest chase of Insania's life, but he created a little bit of space.
Hey, you'd think it's impossible for him to beat his record from 2 minutes ago, but here we are. He actually kited them for a good half minute there. If you're a Maiden, you take that. That feels pretty good, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, split up connects, and there's Matu coming in with the waveform. Monet's just going to get right-clicked down in Oblivion, but Ori is coming in for the fray as well. He's going to get stunned right off the bat. This is the 3-2 versus 1 against this tanky Pudge. Splitter connects. This is going to be a huge kill for Liquid if they're able to grab him, and it looks like they will. A little bit late on a Heavenly Grace or Siamese Cat. So 2 core kills for Liquid.
Yeah, and a tower. That could not have gone any better. And not a ganking duo you would expect in that instance as Monet. It's the Lesh Morph gank in the side lane, and the TP too late from Ori, and Omni Knight did not have one, I believe, so couldn't show up and protect in time. Big moment for Liquid, just recovering a lot of their early game deficit there with one swift move to find 2 cores in a tower. Doesn't get much better than that.
That was a save your friend syndrome domino effect. But on the bright side for Aster, Ori is more than halfway to his Ags, and once he gets that against a Lesh, against a Morph, it still works that way on Morph, right? The health reduction. Actually, can't remember anymore.
Yeah, it should favor Aster.
So a really good Pudge Ags game.
Radiant are scanning.
Very happy all the time, don't
they? They do. I mean, it did win game 1. That'll help.
Indeed. Path not able to connect
Radiant's
here.
courier has
But yeah, I mean, this game was definitely Aster favor, but that one move, it felt like it brought Liquid back into the game, and it's essentially even for net worth-wise at least. See, Zai's still working on a Bloodstone. Obviously, position 3 is not going to farm nearly as fast as the usual mids that we've been seeing. Mickey relatively close to finishing the Sage Kaya. Of course, on Matu's side, let's go back to this Lincoln Sphere. This is like a Dota 1 classic. Literally every game you buy this first item. And then early games of Dota 2, it kind of transitioned over. Disappeared. I don't remember why. More items were added.
Yeah, a lot of the times you would see now, I think most Morphlings buy Falcon Blade into something else than Lincolns. There's like plenty of item builds you can go on this hero, but I'm just looking for the reasoning for the Lincolns. If it's, is it Dismember? Is it Dispose?
Okay, but there's 3 members of Aster. He doesn't seem to give a crap about it. There's the Guardian Angel, and Mickey's just gonna get punished right off the bat. And Aster super happy with this exchange as Insania baiting them into a potential chase of a lifetime again, but they will give up on that.
You can't underestimate how much Omni does in these situations. If you're jumping a support and you're like, man, he's low, I can get this kill. Omni casts Heavenly Grace and the level 1 Purification, and Baboka all of a sudden wasn't even remotely close to dying. Yeah. Mickey needs backup. This is not the greatest Storm game to solo kill in, because the enemy supports are actually relatively tanky, right? There's a Jakiro, there's an Omni. If you want to get a solo kill on either, you really have to burst your entire mana pool away, and then might not even be able to get out afterwards, so might have had to wait for the Sanj Kai there. That could have made the difference, potentially.
Ori destroying Illusion here, as we're going to see a bunch of items picked up. So Bloodstone for Zai, and we saw Ori's Aghanim Scepter now being completed.
Pudge is insanely strong right now. He's easily the strongest hero on the map. If he has Omni Knight protection and he gets Flesh Heap off, I think Liquid genuinely can't even kill him with 5 heroes during the duration of Flesh Heap plus Heavenly Grace. So they've got to be pretty strategic about how they approach this fight. Ori has queued up his next item. It's going to be the Blink Dagger. So, well, they're going to go on him top here. Flesh Heap is
going to try for it. Ice Shard's blocking him in. Nobody nearby, but he's going to get the Dismember instantly canceled thanks to the Split Earth from Zai. But this Rot is decimating them as Zai forced the TP out, but the hook back in. Split Earth is coming. He's faking it out. Doesn't do enough damage, though, as Zai could just be walked down on. Ori with another stack of Flesh Heap. That's up to 7.
Yeah. They need more heroes than that. That doesn't cut it. It looks juicy, right? It looks tempting. He's even half duration Flesh Heap when they initiate. All it takes is for one support to show up, and Ori can clean house there, and that's...
And
probably...
back to 2K now.
It feels like Liquid will not make that mistake again. It's kind of like you're testing the limits. Are you able to pull that off? The answer is no. Next time you're bringing probably the Storm or the Morph to make sure you get that done. But it's a costly learning experience. It's 2 heroes dead. It's almost a mid-tier 1. It's more Flesh Heap stacks like we talked about. Yeah, something else I guess we didn't mention. Marcy with Pudge is pretty interesting too, just for the rebound move speed. This hero isn't too fast, but effectively giving him haste when he initiates. If he jumps on him, XXS will finish the tower here, no problem.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's very safe with Omni behind.
Rebound, looking for an opening, but none to be found yet. He's shown, but no Blink Dagger yet there for the creation.
See Matu going for pretty standard morph here. One of the best items to get against Pudge with the Ags. The stat steal is very powerful, and you steal the stat resistance as well, so you can maybe lock onto him and bring him down. It's the link hits that's a little bit unusual, I would say. Maybe we're talking about that a bit too much for. It's not like
bring it up for the third time.
It's not like an insane rarity, but I think a lot of players in this spot would have gone for a cheaper build-up with Falcon Blade into the Ags, or maybe
I would say
maybe it's a Manta game. I don't know.
First item variant. There's Dismember. There is Assassinate.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep.
I mean, that's one argument. Is Linken's is extremely good when there's only 3 things that can.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's also a feel-good item in terms of like being full health and mana when you're pushing around the map. In terms of farming, it is a good item on the hero, but
hunting a sniper, but he has a lot of distance there. Boxy looking for an opening.
Courier has been killed.
He has the pike though. This is not easy for Liquid, and he's not even going to get caught. They're spam pinging it out. They know.
Good awareness there from Aster as their lead continues to grow. Now at 4K with the Blink Dagger now online on Ori. Jump in, I would assume a BKB would be next. Zion Boxy have to try to Aster at day a bit. Conversation against.
Yep.
Who does it benefit?
The tier 5 neutrality. Roche.
The same joke every time. Eventually somebody will laugh.
That's the thing though, when you get toward the end of the tournament, you run out of content, right? It's the same with the teams. But actually, we should. Drafts have been pretty creative today, so that's been pretty cool. Roche. I guess if Boxy had more levels in tag team, probably the Radiant is the faster Roche killers, but overall, Marcy will always be one of the best heroes at doing it as a core. Level 2 Unleash with 4 in Sidekick. Speaking of which, Mickey!
Oh, quick reaction. Just in time. Wants to get a little bit aggressive, but he's outnumbered. There to get out.
Good reaction. If that connects, that could have been really scary. But yeah, I guess either team can Roche relatively quickly if they find 1 or 2 core kills, and that looks to be the game plan here for Aster. They're rotating top to start taking control of this area so they can start threatening Roche. And if Liquid are showing 2 cores on the enemy side of the map or something like this, you could just sneak it with Marcy plus Sniper, I guess. I guess actually,
structures are fortified.
They're pretty good at killing it. So, both teams looking at it more and more. Yep, there we go. They see cores bottom. Well, it's only 1 core in the Lesh, but let's see if he pops the Unleash or not. XXS is holding on to it, so this will be a slower kill than what it could be, but does offer the protection of, in case a fight breaks out, he has that BKB Unleash, which is very, very powerful. And Aster know that they don't need it at all to kill it. They will grab it. Looks like it's going on Monet again, like last game. Could have seen it on Pudge in this one, honestly. I definitely think Ori is in a position to just go crazy with an Aegis, but rather protect Monet.
Yeah, Monet always gets the Aegis. For the hero. To the high ground, the hook connects. But the Insania trying to get away, but some good moves. Not going to be enough, though. Split Earth onto the Sniper. It's the rest of Liquid trying to get away in this bot lane. Shrapnel slowing him to a crawl. Zai continuing to get headshot. Do they have the stun? They do. Ori with a double kill across the map. Now top lane. Looks like Liquid want to try to get something out of this.
Mickey's out of mana.
He is. I don't know if he can get this kill. Has to TP out. Will live, but no kill for Liquid at all.
If Aster had any TP with a stun there, that could have been a dead storm, but they're all on cooldown or unavailable. So Mickey, I mean, that was just a full-on global fight, top to bottom to top again. Very understandable that Mickey tries for it with how many heroes from Aster rotated, but again, Storm just doesn't have enough in the tank to solo even the Jakiro.
XXS, that's who they want. Boxy has the blink deck. The Walrus punch as well, but XXS gets on his BKB and Unleash, and now he wants to fight because Ori has come to play. Matu, nice save on the Boxy. It's going to cost them the Crystal Maiden again. It could have been a lot worse for Liquid. Aster keep their position 3, Marcy alive.
All things considered, that was not too terrible. Matu showing up with the Ags there. Definitely helping out against the Pudge.
They're trying to take out the Omni Knight. The hook from Matu. That is enough for a kill, but the instant initiation from Ori. They delete Boxy from the map, so it's a 1-for-1 in this little mini engagement. XXS, he's going to get split Earth with Matu just right-clicking him. Looks like that's going to be enough with the adaptive strike as well. Aster, like they're going to retreat despite having the Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Nice dodge on the hook there from Liquid. Both of their heroes sidestepped it to the right. That connects. This fight is totally different. But they dodged that Ori play. And also great play call there from Mickey to go for the Omni in this situation. It's not an obvious move that you're able to pull this off, but with the hook connection from Matsu, they get that kill. Sure, the trade-off for the Tusk isn't the best, but it's good enough. When Omni's out of play, suddenly you can access new targets. You know there's no BKB on XXS, and that dodge on the hook, crucial for how this fight plays out. Zai would have been in a very precarious position there, but just run away and reset.
Yeah, we joke that Matsu doesn't play Morphling, and he's not really. He's playing Pudge, right? That's probably the reason he's laughing. Forward to getting the Aghanim Scepter and turning into a big juicy play. I mean, how much stats does he get from that when he turns into a strength hero?
So you steal 20% of their strength, and then he steals 40% status assist because it's a strength hero. So
under attack.
It's very meaningful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, obviously, part of the equation that Ori does have the Omni Knight. We cannot forget how much that matters in this instance, because even if Morph steals away a lot of Pudge's tankability, Pudge is there, or Omni's there to return it to him.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Be a tower for Aster bottom. Zaya's doing a lot of damage top from the fog with Edict.
Radiant are
Kind of what it feels like he needs to do at this point. It's only a 3k lead of Aster, but again, with the Aegis pushing down, knocking on the high ground on tier 3 bottom.
Slightly different vibe to this than the last push they did last game in a similar situation.
Dire's middle tower.
It's like they're in a stronger spot.
They continue to get sidekicks. He didn't get last game, so definitely expedite the high ground offense.
Is under attack.
Top lane was being pressured a bit by Matsu, actually forced out of fortification from Aster.
Boxy there.
Ori, he wants to go in deep. Instant initiation, counter initiation from Liquid. Snowball connects the segment by Mickey, pops the BKB as well, but he gets dismembered. He's gonna die inside the BKB. No! Zips away with just a sliver of HP. Now have to go heal up in the fountain. Now that the BKBs are down on Aster, but the hook comes out from Ori. Zai gets off the Bloodstone, but it matters not. The rot is too powerful. Now this Rax is under peril.
They're still pretty sustainable, Aster, with the Omni Knight. A lot of the time, Storm in situations like this can start finding kills when heroes stick around for too long, but Aster are not phased, they're not worried. They have enough in the tank to keep the heroes safe. You even see the salve here from XXS going to be up to full health again. And it's like nothing happened for Aster. The only thing that's really on cooldown here that matters is the Marcy BKB.
Oh, the blink hook. Dismember, death for Insania. Aegis is down, but this is going to be a full set of racks now. Ori has a BKB. I mean, not that they could kill him anyway before that.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining here for Liquid is that Mickey survived because of the status resistance of Kaya Sanj, right? He would have died to that dismember otherwise. So,
middle tower is under attack.
It's a very thin silver lining. It's like, it could have been worse, but essentially you got basically nothing and lost a full lane. Aster are gonna start looking to push out the other two lanes on the map to keep this pressure. Now, bottom lane's gonna be a constant issue that Liquid have to deal with to get pushed out, and that means Aster will look to push out mid first and actually making a rotation toward top, feeling like they could find Mickey up here. This time he will have BKB again. It's been that long. Pichu is taking the outpost. That will be a giveaway to Mickey that they fear. He also has a ward there, keeping him safe.
Ori is eyeing a Shiva's as next item.
He is. It's kind of incredible that Matsu has higher net worth than him, actually. I just looked and I was like, that's very surprising. Ori has 10 kills.
Doesn't feel like it.
And like 200 CS, but Matsu has almost 300.
He did go Lincoln, so it's not really a damage.
Right.
But now he's going Scotty. He's only a point booster away. But I feel like it's going to be one item on top of the Scotty before he's really dishing out damage, like a butterfly or whatever the double damage. I mean, is there any? You're not going to go BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you probably don't go BKB at least yet. I don't know what the best option he has really is. Can you even go like Eagleless after this? Just really hard commit on the damage part so you have a way of killing Pudge. Because I feel like that's what this game comes down to right now. For Liquid, the problem is they don't kill the heroes they need to kill. Aster's lineup's just way too tanky of a wall, and they're so confident they're going to go up without Aegis. Almost landing the hook there, already trying for a blind one into the tree line. This is a possible fight for Liquid because there's no Aegis this time on Sniper, but if Aster continue to have good formation and very good coverage with wards from the right, it's hard to find that attack angle that Liquid would need, and Aster are going to constantly pressure this tower with Liquid Fire, with Shrapnel plus attacks from Sniper.
Yeah, we'll try though, and they want to get the Omni-Knight immediately. Will they get him against force set to safety? There's the Guardian Angel just in time, and Mickey has to fly back after dying right off the bat, and Matu is dead as well. A terrible fight for Liquid as the BKBs have come out from Aster. Now they can just focus down Zai. Another death, another kill from Monet. Ultra kill overall. Ori wants another hook, he gets it! Mickey completely out of mana as Monet trying to finish the job, but able to zip away is Mickey again, but boxing slow to a crawl and a rampage. Monet just sitting in the back while his fat friend does all the work, and he gets 5 to his name.
Just an insane strategy from Aster, but I really think Liquid's idea of jumping the Omni-Knight there feels like the only possible way that they can win a fight, and Aster were just quick enough to react. I think it was a defensive dispose from XXS that threw Omni away. He gets Guardian Angel off, and the moment that happens, the fight is actually lost. I think it doesn't matter what Liquid do after that point. They just need to try and disengage and look for a better opportunity, but it's too late. They can't get out. Pudge gets on top of them with a rod. They lose a lot of heroes. They're gonna try here.
Yeah, Mickey. Oh my god, the damage.
Don't underestimate Monet. He's just picked up a Silver Edge. He hits really damn hard now. Do get the melee Rex.
Oh, and there's a double damage.
And there is a Rosh in a minute 20, which neither team knows, obviously.
This was the attempt to delete Siamese Cat, but he got off the Guardian Angel. We'll just lose the fight after that.
It's just way too much damage. Matu can't stand his ground. He's pretty tanky, right? He's got Lincoln's, Ags, Scotty, and he turned into Pudge, I think. Didn't matter. It's way too much damage. This Aster lineup just proving to be formidable so far in the game. And if they,
okay,
Insania went scouting. He found them.
And we can see that Roche won't be up for another 45 seconds, so Aster just biding their time. Just want to play disciplined Dota, make sure they don't throw any leads.
Here's the tricky part for Liquid, though. If they give away this second Roche, I think the game is effectively lost. But the Roche will spawn before Insania is up. So if Aster are in position at the time it spawns, they could effectively force a 5v4. And even if it's just the Maiden, it's still a pretty crucial thing for Liquid to not have there. It's a Force Staff that's out of play, it's an AoE slow that's out of play. Aster just need to keep scouting it, and if they recognize it, they will be able to grab it for free.
I believe a courier will be sitting in the Roche pit. Never mind.
Doesn't work. Matu will try to force them back. I like this. This is another approach, maybe. Maybe you can defend Roche by pushing bottom. Force a rotation, but Aster just elect to use the glyph here to maintain Roche control, rather than TP back basically any hero that could have defended that tower.
I think Matu's gonna, maybe they just give up the Aegis and Shard and try to get a Rax themselves. Matu going to town on this tier 3, but it's gonna force the TP out. Hero actually
Shards, but Matu's still be scared off, and that is... And now the problem for Liquid is, okay, so it's extremely hard to take this fight that you kind of have to take, so you're going to try to make this split push play, but the only lane you can split is the one that the enemy team has strong creeps in. So Aster just going to force down mid, and the bottom lane will defend itself no problem unless Matu knocks on the front door. He's the only hero that can do anything about it. He's not doing it. Too many heroes missing on Aster, he doesn't feel safe.
Monet with the Aegis, he takes the Shard as well, so has the concussive grenade. Even more slippery. It's like the initiations from Mickey are pretty crucial. This feels like a game you'd need to go Ags or something, but he's just far away. Actually, the Orchid is a good choice against the Omni-Knight.
Yeah.
That is one way to try to counteract, but the problem is he has an Aeon Disc, he has a Force Staff. That's gonna be...
They actually can't prevent him from getting spells off. It's just impossible with the lineup they have.
Need to get a Nullifier, which is very expensive.
And nobody wants to buy it. They have no Dispel for him at all, and Yeah, he just needs to not get chain stunned to death and silence. Just get a 4-step ulti off and a Heavenly Grace, and he's basically done his job. So, yeah, so that play is out of the window now too. Pichu identifying that that is the one play Liquid had based on the previous fight, and he's eliminating that one. So if Liquid can't force them back, they have no reposition. I think they have an offensive 4-step on Insania. I'm starting to look for kind of desperate approaches because it feels like
4-step into the splitter.
Yeah,
that is already on the ground.
I mean, otherwise this just happens, right?
Oh my god!
All right.
Right?
That was close.
That hook went right through the 2 polygons that exist for Morphling. Not including the cosmetics, of course. Quick fingers from Matu, but again, they're on the back foot. BKB picked up by Zai. And this is... like, they have good defense with Lesh. And the Tusk to some degree as well.
They just have absolutely zero map control, right? That's the problem. Bottom is pushing in, mid is pushing in, and top is now also starting to cross the halfway mark. And if Aster want, they can cut the next wave top. So Liquid are completely cornered. I'm just going to turn into Sniper, so taking away some of that agi.
Oh! Okay. A little take aim action to himself. A little right-click action from Matu, but I mean, they're delaying it, but again, the lead is still growing in Aster's favor. There's no technical rush for them.
And Aster's probably going to find this ward now, too. That is giving Liquid some really good information, right? Because now this camp is blocked, and they're like, wait, what? There we go. So, the last little bit of vision that Liquid had left, given away by the camp itself. And you might wonder, like, why do you place a ward there? Isn't that going to be obvious to the enemy team when the camp doesn't spawn? Yes, but at the same time, it's really not an obvious spot to place it to begin with. So, the sentries that you usually put in this area, which you see from Aster, the first sentry that they have did not find the ward, but ultimately they get it.
Good jump onto Matu. They're all smoked on the low ground. Roaming Blink not quite up yet for Ori, but
this is kind of telegraphed because nobody is... like, Zai is getting pretty far top. Nobody's showing mid.
Scanned it right now. Trying to delete the ward. They do so. The hook is in, but Ori not able to connect. After having to reset, still with a minute 20 on the Aegis. Now they can just do the old sniper trick again. Get this tower kill. Biggest thing preventing them from getting into the high ground anyway, on top of the splitter.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Linkens is popped out. Hook not connecting again from Ori, but there's the punch from Boxing into the hook from Matu. Already half HP on Monet, but again, he still has the Aegis, and Zai getting destroyed. My goodness, he melted. Reason Kill comes out just for a split second, but it matters not. A second death for Liquid. Hook on into Monet, but he gets a concussive grenade off again. And Liquid rumbling here in game number 2. Aster coming back with a vengeance, looking to get the mega creeps. Buyback comes out on Matu. One last potential stand here from Liquid. Okay, not able to do too much. A nice ice path comes out into the dual breath. They find the pudge finally, but how much is it going to cost them? Boxy ticking away ever so slowly. Matu, the last remaining member of Liquid after the buyback now. Turns into Pudge, or still Pudge in fact. Has the rod, just getting kited. Finally gets disposed back into the ice path, and he's actually staying alive thanks to the strength morph. Has to reset back into the fountain. Boxy has to be careful. This will be a dieback for him. He's gonna tick away.
Matu has 6,000 health because he also has the strength from Pudge.
That is very big point. The mega creeps now come out. Aster, massive advantage here. GG still not called. It's only a matter of time here as the last tier 4 will fall. Matu and Zai trying to get something up. Really want to kill Monet now that the Aegis is gone, but the ice path is there. Hurricane Pike on top, and that is going to be the death of Liquid in game number 2. Aster, they come back really nicely to push this to 3 games.
Yeah, that's got to be really good for their confidence. You know, in that first game, the first game was really close. There were plenty of opportunities in that game where Aster could have maybe started getting a big advantage. They didn't manage to claim it. Liquid ended it in a swift move. This game, Aster pretty much dominating.
Kill Monet now that the Aegis is gone, but the ice path is there. Hurricane Pike on top, and that is going to be the death of Liquid in game number 2. So Aster, they come back really nicely to push this to 3 games.
Yeah, that's got to be really good for their confidence. You know, in that first game, the first game was really close. There were plenty of opportunities in that game where Aster could have maybe started getting a big advantage. They didn't manage to claim it. Liquid ended it in a swift move. This game, Aster pretty much dominating more or less from start to finish. There were a couple of glimpses from Liquid, but for the most part, Aster just crushed them. I love their draft. I think the Omni Knight last pick was brilliant. They get their pudge on Ori mid against the Storm of Mickey. He gets a solo kill. That's about as good as it could have gone for Aster. So we'll see. Liquid have had their backs against the wall many times already.
Yep.
They're definitely not scared of a game 3.
That is very, very true. This is going to be a hype game 3 for sure. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this pudge performance from Ori.
Thank you very much, Suns fan and Sinner. And indeed, a game 3. We wanted a game 3. We're getting a game 3. Very excited for it. But first, let's talk about how we got there, because this game definitely was a little bit of a change up from Aster in terms of game 1 versus game 2, because it was incredibly dominating here, Lacoste, for them. They were so difficult to kill.
It was. I really didn't feel the influence of this Storm Spirit pick. I think Aster put them into a trap where both supports, we're talking about Omni Knight, if he gets the Heavenly Grace off and Jakiro, a hero that has a lot of strength gain, they're very difficult to pick off, and they always had a really good read where Team Liquid is gonna strike. So Storm did try a couple of times at the early stages of the game to try to go in and get some pick-offs going, but it was not successful. And I want to talk about timings as well. Being able to get Aghanim Scepter on Pudge at the same timing as Leshra gets the Bloodstone, and then taking a fight, reducing Morphling's healing and also healing from the Bloodstone. All I'm going to say, if Pudge is played by Ori, you got nothing to worry.
Now, honestly, what...
Or you don't need it. Okay.
Sorry. Don't be sorry. No, I honestly think that was just an incredible performance by Ori. I mean, if your Pudge is solo killing the enemy Storm Spirits in the mid lane, that's more than you could ever ask for, right? His items came at right the amount of time. Siamese Cat on the Omni Knight knew just when to play with the Pudge and when to stop playing with his sniper, and it just felt like all of the pieces of Aster's draft aligned with each other so nicely. And I just love the fact that they took the Marcy away from Boxy. Right, they had previously beaten the Marcy twice in their upper bracket series versus Liquid, but they just lost to it. Instead of being shaken or maybe questioning their openers, they take the Marcy for themselves, which they then pivot into an offline Marcy with the last pick Omni Knight, which I think nobody was prepared for here. So I'm just really impressed by how Aster handled that game 2. And these game 2s at TI always turn into Pudge territory, Sniper territory,
Sniper
SF
Pudge,
territory.
baby.
Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated without potentially just trying your best and going for your cheese picks. So honestly, 10 out of 10 draft there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the Omni. Like we've talked about, and Liquid even said it in the interview that Aster, they play together. You've said a bunch of times they play for team fights. What's a better hero to play this positioning death ball meta than Pudge, Sniper, Omni? So you have the repositioning on your side. You want 4 heroes that are all protecting the Sniper. You have the Omni who can save people if the enemy team tries to jump in, isolate one hero. It's if you are good at the team play element of Dota, this is one of the best drafts that I've ever seen for that. And I would expect a potential Omni ban in the later phases of the draft in Game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised with that dominating performance indeed. We actually have an Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Actionslack. Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Actionslack. You bet your booty I'm an Omni Knight specialist. We have 90 seconds to give away 2 Storm Spirit Pirlos after that Storm Spirit. I want to hear the best Storm Spirit impressions. If you can do a Storm Spirit impression, so raise your hand. Can you do one?
Zip.
All right. Can anyone do a Storm Spirit? Right.
Haha, I'm here.
Audience? Oh. Storm Spirit impression, sir. Zip. Jeez, what is wrong with you guys? All right, come on, somebody. Okay, hurry.
Storm Spirit.
That was pretty good. Take your pillow. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We got a few more seconds here, my boy. Excuse me, sir. This will be a tight fit. Excuse me. There we go. Perfect. Sir, please be good.
Storm Spirit.
All right, that's good enough for me. Can you beat him?
I don't know.
Okay, great. There you go. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to remember.
Well, okay. Thank you, Slacks, for that. Yeah, I didn't have high standards set for the Storm Spirit sounds, but it worked out and people got free stuff, so we're all happy for them. Who we're also happy for is Matumaman, because he made it very deep in a tournament that he, from the get-go, had already said, Effie, it's his last ever.
It's very sad, but I mean, for a last run, he's performing spectacularly. We saw it in that earlier video where he talked about how he felt like he messed up that first game versus Thunder. He went into the bathroom, he washed his face, and he said, you've done this before, you've done this so many times, and he delivered for his team. And we've talked time and time again about how Boxy showed up, how Mika has showed up, but Matu has shown up in spades. I think he's playing some of the best Dota in his life right now, and his teammates are just so inspired to get this win for him before his last run.
And with that in mind, we actually do also have his teammates talking about Matu's retirement.
To put it frankly, it sucks. Because I think, you know, like, right now I feel like I just want to keep playing with him.
He's a really good dude. He's very stoic, he's very Finnish, but he's also very good at Dota.
I mean, the reason why I'm retiring is I was already contemplating after last year's TI. Like, after losing this, I felt like sometimes it hits harder, sometimes it hits a little bit less. I mean, in the moment, you always go with emotions that why you could have done better. Your mind just keeps like barraging you with these feelings and like what you should have done. Did you throw the game for your team? And it's truly miserable feeling. Feel like this was your worth, kinda. Like what you put into this year, this moment was the worth and you weren't good enough. This year, obviously, I mean, I was crying after that lower bracket final against Team Spirit. I mean, it's heartbreaking to lose that way.
Will he get another rampage at TI-10? Absolutely, Yatoro! And they're gonna call GG. The underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on to the grand final.
It just doesn't satisfy me equally anymore. Like, I just feel tired. I'm doing it out of sense of it's my job and duty to become better, or like stay at least like as good as I was before, or like maintaining the form. I feel like whatever you choose to devote all your life for, you better do it like fully hearted. Like, there's no way I'm gonna half-ass this thing. Like, it's gonna eat me alive. That's how I feel.
I think this year, especially on the team that we're on now, he's kind of embraced more of a leadership type of thing. So he's kind of got that. Yeah, he's our stoic, bearded Finnish leader.
For me, I think this TI maybe not that sad, because I get to relax after this and enjoy my retirement days. So for me, it's really a win-win, you know?
It sucks. There's no real other way to put it.
The Dota scene, I think, is gonna miss him once he's gone.
I don't think it's like a very reluctant leave, but hopefully he'll do what Jerax did and come back in a few years, and we'll be waiting with open arms.
They're with you. Wow.
He's not dead.
He's not dead. Sure about that, guys.
I just saw him.
Don't worry, he's very much alive, and he has had a fantastic career. Still having it, by the way. He's not out just yet. There's, of course, one more game, and he could potentially go all the way with that as well, but we wanted to make sure that we highlighted, because this is a TI winner, one of the two still remaining in the tournament, and Lacoste, it is definitely a guy to be celebrated.
Oh, most definitely. I like how the rest of the team also does celebrate Matu in a way, you know, even after a couple of years, if he wants to come back, they're going to be waiting for him. Definitely a good dude, you know, gives you that energy. And I like the way he talked about, you know, giving his 100%. You can feel it in the way that he plays, also taking the leadership role a little bit. But he gave everything. This is what you need to do when you're playing professional Dota, like at this level. And I think we can, you know, see Matu in the next 3 months sitting at the boat, just enjoying himself.
Oh, you know he will.
That makes sense, considering he was part of the 4 anchors plus the C captain.
I believe he was the C captain.
And if he wasn't this, if he was an anchor, he has definitely qualified as officially a C captain.
He's definitely not an anchor of this.
Not an anchor. C captain in the eyes of millions of people out there in the world.
For sure. We all know retirement in Dota 2.
Doesn't mean
It's
anything.
hard. Apparently, people can't.
It's too good.
The game just keeps pulling you back in.
I think that if you're competing at this level, you have this strong drive to just always be good, to be the best, to play for that glory and not necessarily for financial reasons. And this sense of competition inside of these players is so strong that it's hard for them to stay away. But he did mention in the video that at this point he's just tired. It feels like a chore to him right now, and when you reach that level of burnout, you do owe it to yourself to just see what your next step in life is. So I fully support him in all of his endeavors, and I mean, he's just one of the greatest players to touch Dota. His results have been excellent. He's been on some of the most emotional stories, from winning TI with a team to getting kicked, to then getting third place, to now going through the last chance qualifiers when people counted them out. I mean, this guy is just really part of so many awesome stories.
Yeah, he also was in the live studio that got the 1 HP Pango. I think that moment will be immortalized in Dota 2 history for sure. Just like I think all TI winners are immortalized, and all these guys want to be TI winners. Yes, Matu and Poppy already still in and are already immortalized, but they want to do it again. And all these guys going back to their booths, they just want to make sure to win just one game of Dota 2 to make it to the final day, because that is all that is standing between them and a lower bracket finals. One game, Jenkins.
That's absolutely right, Shiver. He is from Finland, but of course Matamoment does not want to be finished after this game. He wants to continue playing.
Yes.
High five, Lukas.
Yeah, very good.
Go on, Jackie.
How long were you sitting on that?
At least 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for getting that out just in time. Now, we've talked a lot about the teams, and earlier on we heard Team Liquid talk about Aster, and now we're going to hear Aster talk about Team Liquid.
Liquid 其实在这么些年一直是一支很强的队伍。
我觉得他们因为一直在进步吧，因为他们首先从突围上打上来的，然后一直在就跟进自己的打法，然后再努力的改进自己的错误。
我觉得他们的那个教练挺能领神的，因为我昨天在网上看见了他们的那个语音聊天，他们在赛前，然后他们会一起团结鼓励一下，就是说一些大家能团结的话，这样。
我觉得他们主要是马图巴曼为这个队一直在改，就是他能适应各种的打法，就是马图巴曼就是为这个队付出很多。
虽然之前我们2比0了他们，但是他们能重新杀回来，但是然后也是不容小觑的吧，所以我们依然还是会很重视他们。
And they have been taking them very seriously, which is why we're here in this third and final game of this elimination series. Who will take that spot tomorrow? We'll have to wait to find out. But I want to hear from my panel what's going to be the key element in this third game according to them, Lacoste.
According to them, I mean, Team Liquid, they did go like full 5 heroes, blue heroes, last pick, water, literally, and it didn't work out for them. And also one thing to know is if we want to like check the pattern that has been happening during the main event is all Western European teams are eliminated by other Western European teams. So, you know, Team Liquid does have an upper hand here, and then we have 3 European teams left in top 3 that can eliminate each other.
But to that I would counter being the sole Chinese team left in the top 4, and after having eliminated PSG LGD, who are the fan favorites in China, Aster are really feeling that pressure of needing to perform here, because not only do you want to win for yourselves, now you feel like you're going to win for an entire region. You're carrying the host. So they definitely are equally as motivated in Liquid. But I just love seeing how much these two teams respect each other. I mean, the way that they talk about each other, the way that they just value each player individually and have obviously put in a lot of time preparing for each other is going to make for a great series of Dota. I mean, I think this last game is going to be a banger.
It's good for Aster that they didn't... feeling the weight of an entire region, especially such a proud region, could be crushing, especially after game 1. So yeah, this is a scary team considering they feel that weight, and instead of it crushing them, it empowers them. And maybe that's our boy Lanham that's, you know, partly to blame for that success.
For Aster, I feel like personally they perform the best when XXS is on an initiator type of hero. We saw in that game 1 he was playing the Underlord, who obviously provided a lot for the draft and the team in terms of map movements. But when it comes to the way that they've traditionally taken these team fights on the back of his Mars, on the back of his other awesome initiations, if they lack that, it does feel like overall they are playing a little bit worse. So what I want to see for this game 3 coming out of Aster is just putting XXS on that initiation hero and just depending on him to win these team fights.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Marcy in that case, because we have seen Marcy win both games and in very successful fashion. Obviously, Boxy was the star of the show for game 1. XXS on the offlane, Marcy Lacoste are doing the same thing.
Yeah, the hero, I mean, this is the reason why this hero is the most popular hero of this international, just being able to close the gap. Strong laner scales really well into the mid-late game. We saw Boxy in game 1 that he can also scale from position 4. Like, people did figure out Marcy going for BKB instead of the previous builds that we had, like Blink, Etherlands type of a build. And you did say Marcy win both games, but also Lashrak lost both games. And that's a big question mark for me for the game 3. Whether teams are going to prioritize this hero in the first phase, I feel like it's gonna be a no.
I think there's still merit to this hero. They just have to kind of set up for it a little better, right? Because, for example, if that Pudge from game 2 had been a Lashrak potentially playing with an Omni Knight, it could have looked better for him. But I do agree with Lacoste that it does seem solved at this point. But for Liquid, what I do want to see is Boxy on another roaming 4 just demolishing the game. Like, he has been the bread and butter early game winner for Liquid. He's the one who goes from lane to lane. He just has so much impact early on. So absolutely do not put this man on some backline support. Do not do it. Just give him what he's best at.
Yeah, it's something that I was a little bit worried about seeing Baboka on a Jakiro, Jenkins, but he crushed that one too.
Yeah, he did very well in that game. I mean, especially after the game 1 performance. It's like, no, like, give him a playmaker. Like, this guy's clearly on fire right now. But in game 2, I guess he was actually literally on fire, given the Jakiro.
Only at one half.
Yeah, only one. Yeah, 50-50. But no, he played really well. I mean, the thing is with Jakiro is, like, for good Jakiros, it kind of is an initiation to a degree, because, like, if you're coming out of
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Marcy, bro. Marcy's back.
Neither team will get Marcy.
Yeah, get that hero out. Won both games when it got picked, and also once again, Liquid second pick, Aster first pick. I think it makes total sense.
I think these teams almost always first phase Primal Beast when it wasn't. That was ignored last game.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Primal Beast got ignored last time, and Aster made snatching from Liquid.
Yeah, so if you're new to Dota and you haven't watched so much, generally in best of 3s, a hero that loses the first 2 games is then first pick in the 3rd game. That's very normal. Happens all the time, because there's nothing better than seeing a hero that got crushed twice, winning the 3rd game to show that you're the best.
It's not her fault.
Give me Nick Slash right now.
Slash. I wonder also, I mean, what's in the heads of Liquid right now probably is the Sniper 8. But like, Aster seems so confident with that hero, they just did shitty to my A last time. And Liquid right now is probably like, not in the easiest spot about this. Probably already making up your minds for it. But Nick Slash might be decent no matter what. Next Sniper, you can shrapnel if it would come out.
So just to clarify, when you say Sniper 8, you mean the 8th overall choice of the draft. That means
yes,
both teams have done 2 bans.
Yeah.
That means it's the 4th pick.
Yeah, sorry. This is like
pro player lingo.
Yeah, it's pro player lingo. So
sorry, yeah.
it's a good way of referring to, like, once you're in the lingo, referring to the order in which heroes are picked. But if you're not familiar with the lingo, you're like, Sniper 8? I thought the highest roll was 5. But
okay, so they do the Tusklina over the Lash. So
preparing for Lash.
Preparing for Lash, yeah, it's good against the Lash if they would pick it. I think Aster could go for the Sniper once again, though, if they wanted it. I mean, they picked the Sniper against the Lina in the first series, in the first game, sorry.
Yep.
Up for it again.
5 seconds remaining.
Also Nixon pool, Lash pool.
No good against Primal Beast. That's the question.
I think it's definitely like.
Team Aster's
Has Ori played Primal much this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He has?
Yes.
Team Liquid's turn to bat.
I don't recall, none of the games we had with Aster he has been playing Primal, but...
And the Sniper is a ban out. They're like, okay, take the beast, ban the Sniper.
So how likely is this Primal mid?
No, they play it offlane, but I think pretty likely. It's still
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Because I don't recall, none of the games we had with Aster, he has been playing Primal, but...
Okay. And the sniper is a ban out. They're like, okay, take the beast, ban the sniper.
So how likely is this Primal mid?
No, they play it offlane, but... I think pretty likely. It's still a flex in the end, but like Linas usually do fine, but it's a bit like two-sided because like the Probabilities can also get on top of the Lina. So with like one rotation, for example, the Lina always has to be scared of like potentially dying. So Ori's probably fine with playing it, and it's, in the end, like they fix it into the Lina. Also, Oracle Lifestealer ban. I don't quite get the Oracle ban, what that is for. Did they ban it last game? I don't.
Team Liquid's
cover that base and then they don't even need to go there. So I do think there's value in it, but it is definitely not a common choice here that Aster are going with. Did they? I feel like they banned it last game.
Yeah,
too.
I'm not sure as well. They might have banned it. In the end, it's one of Insania's best heroes. Also, we see the Pudge being banned out. This time Aster bans it, even though they did really well with their hero last game. But already they got the Primal Beast.
5 seconds
they might put on Pudge with that.
Is this telling you that they want Lesh?
Team Liquid.
That they banned the Pudge? Is that setting up for that?
Maybe they just think that Liquid also loves it. Like, they run a lot of this Lina Pudge combo, where like the Pudge is like a semi-core, the Lina out of mid carries the game eventually. Out to Pudge. Interesting to note here that this is the first game that Pango is available in the second stage. As in, like, Liquid did not ban it, they banned the Omni instead, which looked pretty. So the Pango is definitely both teams' minds right now. Might pick it up right now as both make it.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
The undying wait. That was first picked many games early on in the tournament.
Disappeared completely, almost, in the last few days.
Now Pango's pretty good.
Yeah, so how much importance would you put on Aster having a way of breaking Tombstone? Is that something they specifically need to pick for in this game, or can you kind of play around it? Primal Beast is obviously very mobile.
First of all, they need a hero that can even lane against them.
Yeah.
That's highest priority. Yeah, Undying like has like these two annoying aspects, right? Very dominant laning stage, but also then later the two can kind of think about the hero in ways. I mean, in terms of hitting Tombstone, the Lina is already on Liquid. As to hitting, the Sniper is also banned, so they could also just go for the approach that if it's...
Something that Liquid have banned in the series as well was the Naga Siren, which teams have used in the past. You just Song of the Siren, you break the tomb. Is that... I guess Naga doesn't look appealing enough here that you can pick it with these two picks before Liquid get a counter pick into the second ban phase. It's interesting. It also depends who on Aster will play the Naga in.
Team
Some people play it on +3 and 1 as well. Oh, they go
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Does just play the Naga?
Is it +4 Naga maybe?
Guess it's flex for now, right?
Yeah, +4 Naga is very possible.
Attack speed aura for the as well. Probably not the primary reason they're getting it, but what's the Beastmaster logic in this spot?
10 seconds remaining.
Good hero. Can pick.
All right.
Does this mean anything for Primal Beast's position? Are you expecting a 4, or can he still?
I'm expecting Primal Beast mid and +4 or carry Naga.
I think so too. Interesting though, I think that Undying is a pretty strong lane against Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, but really bad against Naga.
Yeah. I mean, do you lane Naga Beast into Undying?
Yeah,
Is that fine?
Aster's turn to ban.
And the Pangolier. There we go.
Whoa. They already have a hard lockdown for the role here. They have the Beastmaster. I guess if it's a carry Naga, you could see the Ags come out as well, right? Is that a concern for Liquid?
You can always shard the
10 seconds remaining.
on Pango.
Okay.
So you can shard the net gets spells, right? And then you keep rolling. It's a nice mechanic you can always abuse. I think if the Naga is +1, maybe she goes Axe, but she might just go for the other core items instead.
Pretty solid lane for a carry Naga. As Pango doesn't...
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of games, it's not the most free illusion game hero, I guess, because of the Pangolier. Pangolier is one of the best illusion games, but It's playable, I guess.
Monet loves Drow.
10 seconds
Drow's still
remaining.
pool. Yeah, that's interesting.
5
Might
seconds remaining.
Drow looks pretty interesting, I agree.
I think Monet likes more.
He played an insane morph at TI7, I remember that, when LFY looked like the team that was going to win the whole tournament at one point. Mone's morph was scary.
Liquid thinks it's a carry Naga as they ban on Snapfire. So,
I mean, whether they think it or not, you kind of have to pick your poison, right? They probably identify the options that Aster have, and they just probably choose the path that they think is the least scary, which is a support that kills Tombstone on its own.
Remaining.
Would you agree with that?
It's interesting. I think this is a better offlane Lash game than last game. This game, they went for Penguin instead.
I mean, Penguin was always banned as well.
Yeah, they banned it themselves last year.
Turn to ban.
Aster bans a Bloodseeker. This is also interesting, as like, no, Aster is the team who plays against Penguin here.
Is that telling?
To tell.
This Bloodseeker ban, is that just, okay, well, what does Matsu play well? It's Lone and Bloodseeker that we're most scared of? Or is this setting them up for their next pick? They obviously don't have the ultimate last pick, so they're going to have to show something key here.
I think it is good against Drow.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
It's definitely already good against Primal Beast, I guess. Like, of course, Raptor counters like the hero who has to move to damage.
What if they would have picked it themselves against
that's
Pango?
That's what I was thinking. Like, they could have picked it themselves on Aster. Or the Raptor on Wolf, like, against Lina it's decent, against Pangoli it's very good.
10 seconds remaining.
They would have had a very melee-oriented lineup, so maybe that's why
That's true.
Don't like it so much.
Seconds remaining.
So you're still Team Drow here?
Not bad. The question is, what would Liquid pick if they would draw an Aster?
Aster picks Drow every game they can. Either that or Karen Naga.
Or so.
Team
I like the Drow a lot. Drow against Lina is also legit, and there we go.
Oh, is it
It does look good.
like him?
Oh, that would be...
Liking against
that would be very
Beast
interesting.
and Drow. Does he play it? Does he like it?
I mean, I don't know if he likes it.
10 seconds.
We've already established that Matsu doesn't play Morph for some reason, so I guess we can also say he doesn't play Lycan, which is like one of his best heroes.
Main is a bit annoying maybe, but I mean, of course, besides that, it's a pretty decent
For now you have Beastmaster problems first of all.
Yeah.
You need to deal with that lane first.
You can't pull off Phantom Lancer, right? It's also one of the classic counters to Drow. It's too hard against Primal Beast, I would
feel
imagine.
like they will even lose lane against Naga Beast.
Yeah, it's too rough.
Naga Beast second stage work out. It's crazy. I'm curious how that lane will go nonetheless. But yeah, PL also a bit annoying against to play against main and the. Well, that's still a pool even.
Lifestealer, which kind of sucks, right? It's banned actually. Never mind, they can't
It's a
even call
random
Lifestealer.
Ursa, but it's also not good.
Matu go. Maybe it's a Lycan in the end.
I guess Lycan or PL are our best ideas so
I
far.
like Lycan.
Lycan is the closest thing on Druid to get, right?
I feel like we're missing out on
True.
I feel like we're missing out on something.
Nice.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Oh no.
All right. That is a safe lane carry NS.
I feel like this Naga will destroy this lane so hard.
Wow.
Okay, this is very special.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have to choose a winner now after seeing that.
I think Toby is already
I'm pretty sure
I'm on
Toby's
board with
called
Aster,
for the year.
guys.
I mean, I feel like the Lina is like decently strong this game. She has to play against Raw and Drow though. It's not easy. I mean, this Night Stalker last pick I'm a bit curious about. I don't think it's the freest Night Stalker game. I feel like Beastmaster should have a good lane against it.
Do you feel like Night Stalker is a solution against Drow in general? Like, he can obviously get on top of her, but the supporting cast around it with Song of the Siren, with Roar...
Yeah, sort of. I guess like this draft is really based around Mickey and Lina. Like this Lina is like the turret that is going to stand at the front and 4 heroes go in for him. So if Mickey is like having a good start, he can carry this game.
Okay, so with that, I believe Sir Action Slacks is with Blitz. Let's see what they have to say about this game number 3 draft.
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
不要凶嘛，我不是故
Honestly,
意
I'm
的。
really impressed.
不要凶
Prepare
嘛，
for
我不是
battle.
故意的。
我又反哺啦！
Said game 3 underway, and I believe the first 10-minute discussion here by both of us will be about Matu Night Stalker and what we think. I mean, the idea of a hero jumping on top of Drow makes sense. I would assume an Aghanim Scepter might be something they prioritize, along with obviously the BKB and a Blink Dagger. Am I missing anything else here? You can eat the boar when you get the shard. Actually, you can eat whatever Helm of the Dawn, right? Does that work?
Yeah, you can eat
nighttime.
You can eat the Helm of the Overlord even, right? It's the only thing in the game that counters that, which I think was a big part of what inspired
Is that only
Liquid
during
to get this.
nighttime, or?
Yeah.
The battle begins.
So
It's all about getting.
now you're making me question
Yeah,
myself.
I know. I do that all the time. Sorry about that. Boxy's going to ice shard his way onto the low ground, but he's going to be met by Boboka. Have some nice blocks.
Yeah, it only targets Ancients at night, so that's the only time he can kill the Overlord at Ancient Creep.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, this is a completely out of left field pick. Nobody expected it. You heard Entity; they were not expecting it at all. Stormstormer and Toby, obviously, and I'd be willing to bet that Aster had no clue this was coming either. So, you know, that's sometimes surprise picks like this show up amazingly, and sometimes they fall flat. Either way, it's a really creative response here for Liquid, and it's a pretty polarizing carry. I'll say that much. Night Stalker has his games, but he also has games where he falls completely flat.
You were the expert on this hero too.
I used to play it mid. It was a different time. You don't go that build anymore. Well, to be fair, nobody went that. I went Earn Ewells.
Oh my god.
That was a different. Yeah, it sounds horrible now, doesn't it?
It was awful.
It worked back then.
Career makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
We are in.
Everyone was awful.
Siamese Cat getting pushed out here by Zai, playing the Pangolier. Yeah, talk to me Drow range, because you guys all predicted it. Why is it so good this game?
So first of all, you have the Beastmaster Aura, which is nice for range strike carries. Secondly, Liquid don't have the best backline jump, right? And it's also just a favorite of Aster's in this tournament. You saw them play Sniper 2 games in a row. They like playing Monet on this heavy long-range artillery, so it just fits the bill. The only catch that Liquid had until they picked the Night Stalker that could maybe get on top of her is a Tusk or a Pango, which both kind of get countered by Force Staff. So you naturally want to buy Pike on this hero anyway, so it feels good. And that's why we have so much focus on this NS, because I think he has a very clear job in this game that he needs to perform. And if he does get to do that, it could look amazing. So mid lane, something we talked about as well, how well does Lina do against Primal? So far so good for Mickey. He's been playing a great Lina this tournament in general. He won with it in game 1.
Well, what's the reason that Primal, I wouldn't say fallen off necessarily, he was completely ignored in the first 2 games. The hero that was picked or banned in basically every stage in a lot of the mains.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't consider it good enough. It's hard to remember all the drafts by heart, because there might have been some counters in play or other heroes picked that, you know, just bumped his priority down a little bit. But it was pretty surprising to see overall, given how even the later stages of this tournament, Primal's just been like a top tier prioritized hero.
I mean, we even cast a game, I believe it was Ace playing Primal Beast, where like 3 hard counters destroyed.
Yeah. Top lane, big damage onto Zai here.
He has the shield crash for that damage mitigation, but it's worn off now. Gets off the swashbuckle with the tag team combo as well, but it's not enough. Aster strikes first, and Monet is going to get help with this frostbite from Siamese Cat. Is it going to be enough for a double kill? Indeed. They get 1 each, and Aster on the board early, and not a good start here for Liquid. See what they're going with the swashbuckle tag team combo is extremely strong. Not enough damage yet.
Drow has pretty decent armor. She's playing with 7 armor in the lane with the Wraith Band, and Crystal Maiden just Crystal Maiden is really good against this lane, I have to say. Like, the slow against Tusk is amazing for countering out tag team. You have Frostbite as a disarm as well. Like, there's not enough in the tank there for Liquid, and it's kind of understandable that they're, I wouldn't say they're desperate, but they're really eager to try to find a kill in this lane because that's what's going to give them comfort. But that was just not the time. Maybe a level 3 timing would have been a lot stronger for them, with 2 in tag team perhaps, or 2 in the either Crash or Swashbuckle. So I will choose the Crash here. Instant Frostbite. He's going to take quite a beating actually for getting that creep. There for Liquid, and it's kind of understandable that they're, I wouldn't say they're desperate, but they're really eager to try to find a kill in this lane because that's what's going to give them comfort. But that was just not the time. Maybe a level 3 timing would have been a lot stronger for them, with 2 in tag team perhaps, or 2 in the either Crash or Swashbuckle. See, Zai will choose the Crash here. Instant Frostbite. He's going to take quite a beating actually for getting that creep.
Gets the swash off, but he's going to lose a lot of creeps to deny. Zai, nice kill for Aster. Had to TP out from Boxy, should be fine.
Yeah, that's still, even if you survive there on Tusk, this still feels bad, right? Because you're abandoning a lane with creeps in, that all this experience just effectively going to waste now. Monet has been going to be close to level 5 when Zai returns on level 3. This top lane is just, it's toast for Liquid. This lane is not good, but the other 2 are going great. So both the Lina as well as the Night Stalker are having a good time, and as we talked about, nighttime now for Matsu could lead to some aggression in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Unfortunately for him, Undying, not the best kill partner during nighttime. He kind of has to do most of the work himself. Doesn't have like a slow or a stun to bring to the table. But at the very least, Matsu will be finding excellent farm down here. XXS isn't doing too bad though.
Sitting at 24. You mentioned, Mickey is owning. 38-12 versus Ori's 23-1. Mickey with the huge advantage as bottom lane. Insania getting gone on for the time being, but basically out of mana at this point. But 3 mangoes there for Moss if you want more a bit.
Yeah, it is actually kind of tricky for the NS when you look at it. There's both the Orb of Venom on the Naga and the Boars. When the Boars hit level 3 here in a second, this slow is going to be pretty substantial.
Loaded to the gills.
Struggle to play as aggressively as you would like. Loving this from Mickey though, in the mid lane, getting half the tower, playing very aggressively with his siege creep wave. Could even choose to glyph it here and just squeeze as much out of this as possible, but we'll choose not
Radiant's
to.
bottom tower is under attack.
We do have the Crystal Maiden setting up, so Ori hitting level 6 from this wave. Pichu is in the neighborhood in case an opportunity opens up, but looks like not the case, so we'll just back off, cover that angle. In the meantime, Monet is just having the time of his life top, just running at Zai. Look at that damage with the multi-shot. Zai now down to 200 health. This, I think, I dare say, might be Zai's lowest net worth this tournament, minute 7.
Pango versus these long-range heroes. Any hero that can ore block is
yeah.
Hero.
1,600 net worth on Pango to the 2,800 of Beast, so 1,000 net worth difference between the offlaners. And Zai is just not being given any space. He buys a Ring of Health to try to sustain, but he's almost going to get killed off by the Crystal Maiden here. Yeah. Has to back off once again, and it's tricky now for Boxy as well, right? Because where do you go as Tusk? It's hard to gank mid against the Primal. If he has any vision, he can get away with the onslaught. Oh, bottom lane.
Bottom lane, we're going to see the Tombstone come out with the Void, but XXS could just TP away knowing that the Void is on
Radiant's
cooldown.
middle tower is
Tombstone used as well, pretty long cooldown.
Still, Matsu farming extremely well, and kind of items that we're expecting here from him early on. He's going to get, he has the phase boots, going for the armlet. He had the Helm of the Iron Will very early, so enter the armlet soon. Pulverize onto Insania, cramp the follow. Soul Rip's not going to be nearly enough to heal him out of that. And top lane, again, the aggression coming out from Monet. The multi-shot has been owning. Boxy gets off the health salve. It's going to get canceled, but can he get out of this? He pops another one, it looks like. He's still going to live. And Zai, there.
Yeah.
This.
Pango this game so far.
I mean, is there any consideration? I mean, elimination game, but to give Boxy some farm and have like kind of a transition into core.
I think that ship has almost sailed. It's 8 minutes in and he has no net worth. So his recovery curve is way too hard, right? He has the lowest net worth in the game.
Oh, nice LSA. Pulverize came in, or Ori still has Pulverize available. Looks like this is going to be a kill, but the Luna Blade comes out onto Ori. That is enough to turn this around as Liquid TP in his face. Double kill from Matu. LSA connects onto the high ground. Ice Shards are there as well. And 3 kills in the name of Liquid.
A great punish. Also at the same time felt a little bit forced. I think Ori didn't have enough mana to go for the combo he wanted to. Monet threatening Zai here will lose vision in the fog and not try to chase.
He has been on 10% HP the entire game, it feels like.
Yep.
But Liquid, like you said, in the other 2 lanes, pretty damn good. They get the tier 1 mid as well. And still another minute to go on the nighttime.
Natsu did get involved with the ult, so once nighttime ends, he will not have that to work with. But with this natural night still happening, he might go for the dive here onto Monet.
Going for it. Monet was slowed initially by 1 zombie, gets a nice multi-shot off. He's really stuck by the Ice Shards now. Swashbuckle from side to try to get some form of revenge. And Monet falls as Liquid finding tons of kills on the map now.
It's gonna loosen their bot tower. XXS with the Helm of the Dominator will push this tower minute 9, but if Liquid can get this trade top, I think they're pretty happy with this. Like, given how terrible Zai's lane is, he's found his level 6. They bring this down as well. Starting to stabilize a little bit more. And as for Matu's build, I think you go Armlet. He's getting the Shard, which is just a given here against Beastmaster. Probably just BKB after, right? I don't think there's any reason to buy Axe when the Naga is support. I'd rather get some hard-hitting single target.
Ori on a Mickey. Snowball comes in from Boxy, but Mickey takes further damage from these Lunar Blade. And my first is Ori. Looks like he's behind the standing. How's that guy able to connect? As Mickey tops the XXS at the end. Eyes rolling under. Gatan here is able to snag the Invis at the very least. But got onslaught coming in, but no vision. Will get clipped a bit by the trample.
And XXS showing up there with the Hurricane. Push back into Lina for the kill. And they're going to turn this into a tower push. So this is kind of scary times for Liquid. You don't have Dark Ascension for 10 seconds, but at least you have the Glyph. Maybe it's enough to hold this tower. Zai obviously has the Invis rune, which is something they also have to be wary of. They know he has it. He could be anywhere right now. That's how Invis works.
Yep.
And he's actually going to... Oh, that's an observer. We get some important information that Liquid could act on here. Still no Rolling Thunder, and now he's showing. Roar was fit out.
Yep.
He was really thinking about that
off. Very cocky right now, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the team is in the area. XXS is quite tanky. Or Wraith Pact, of course. Helm?
Yeah, maybe you just don't go Helm of the Overlord at all.
Because he can eat it?
Because of NS. Like, maybe it's not worth it.
It's only half the time.
It's a lot of the time. And when you enter a team fight, you don't have Ancients nearby, right? So you bring your Ancient, he eats it, and then... And even if you're using it to split push, you're essentially just funneling in a lot of gold into NS. So I feel like we've seen this before when Night Stalker offlane started becoming a pseudo counter to Beast, that Beastmasters would just bypass Overlord because you're kind of just giving too much over. So I kind of like this approach. You still want the Dawn because it just does that much this early in the game, but don't spend too much net worth on just getting creeps in.
Ori on the other side of the Ice Shards. Nicely done from him. But we can see the CM here as Matu able to 4-shot off.
Radiant are scanning.
A lot of damage coming out from Dark Ascension.
Maiden, but that's Dark Ascension. I think he was hoping to get a bigger kill on the Primal Beast there, but Boxy's charge just barely short, not clipping.
Are scanning.
What a weird net worth distribution this is. Liquid easily have the top 2, and then they easily have 6th. It's which isn't too unhealthy for their lineup, to be honest. If there's a hero in this game that can have low net worth and still find major impact, it kind of is the Pangolier, right? So it's not a requirement for Zai to be farmed. Maybe he's going to go something like a Dagger and just try to find a good ult here or there, or at least eat the Roar for his Night Stalker, which is also really important. Yeah, very close for now.
We've seen games, I think it was at the Arlington Major, Night Stalker. It might have been... You get the Shard, you get Midas every game, but it's one off. Maybe a little too risky. pushed down by the likes of Beastmaster and Drow. Will be actually not going Shard first as the Ogre Club right now.
So he will go BKB.
Shard definitely adds a lot of farm.
Yeah, and he can't be adjusting to XXS not going Overlord because he wouldn't know that yet. So
true.
He just thinks the BKB is the better timing, wants to be able to fight sooner rather than later. And it is a mandatory item in NS carry, so you can't play without it. He has to have it. It's gonna get kited too hard.
Showing in the bot lane now is you can hear Ori going to town, but not going to connect onto Matu. But a TP is coming in, so Liquid want to defend. Troll Summoner out and about. Got the rally skeletons ready to go. Actually, only one singular rally, not very powerful. Matu defends successfully.
Radiant's
itemization for
middle tower
Mickey.
is under attack.
It's like, I think they're trying to line up these BKBs on both him and Matu, right? Like he's already picked it up, actually. See if they fight a little early on, but Tier 1 tower might get denied. No,
Radiant's
not even a
middle
chance
tower
here.
has fallen.
So freebie for Aster.
Beastmaster with a troll creep and 2 boars. They don't need to risk anything by putting a hero in range of that tower. Just let the summons do it, stand back. And Boxy also doesn't really dare to commit onto killing the summons. First of all, he's terrible at it, but even if he were to try, he could die in a roar, so you just have to give that one up. But you can look for your own move. Liquid, we'll try to find some sort of opening, and there might be a little bit of a false feeling of safety here with that Hawk finding nobody. Liquid know it's there, though, because they have a sentry. But this could open up a potential play for them if they can somehow get the right vision. They see XXS on this board at the bottom Tier 1. No way to invade.
Yeah, well, it's just going to farm session here. Should mention, Baboka, you did bring up the potential Aghanim Scepter. It is not a carry Naga, of course, but be able to get the air on the Rolling Thunder, but it feels like Pango does go Shard every game anyway.
Yeah, then you ensnare the Night Stalker instead, which is true, mega high impact. So if he gets there on the Naga, it could be a game-deciding item. Usually support Nagas will not get this until pretty late, but given the map control that Aster have and the way they're playing, if they just keep pushing out these lanes with the Beastmaster, with the Primal Beast, and Naga gets to jungle like this, I mean, you get there eventually. He's been giving a lot of space. You can see Baboka is fully committed to the idea. He buys the Blade of Alacrity first.
Now they're going to go for Monet, but instead they find Ori, who easily gets out thanks to his onslaught. Gank attempt from Liquid is thwarted.
That's a Dark Ascension, so...
Hold 4 minutes until night.
Radiant's bottom tower
Matu's
is under attack.
He had a big disadvantage.
All right, Liquid are going to try to put it to use here.
Okay.
So
they're going to lose their Tier 2 in all likelihood. You can get this first Roche.
This is pretty much the biggest value they could get out of this NSO when it fails to connect.
Might be a contest. Smoke here from Aster. Zai's going to get off the Rolling Thunder. It's only going to illusion to start. Baboka looking for the song, but he's getting controlled. Will they be able to keep it wrapped in? They do. And Mickey gets the Aegis. The roar applied to Zai, but it's really just a delay tactic, it feels. But Monet Company still want to fight. He's going to get Laguna bladed. Mickey pops the BKB, focusing on the CM, but down on the other side of the tree line. Taking the right clicks. Looks like he's going to be the first to fall in this engagement. But Pango died on the other side, and now they're going to get the Night Stalker. Matu in a lot of trouble. The LSA's connecting. He's going to get saved as a result. Ori's dead. Beautiful stuff from Mickey. Centaur gets the stun on top of him now. And he's left to his own devices, completely surrounded. The Gust is there, multi-shot and the axes. So Aster, they get some kills in retribution. Liquid taking the Aegis away in some respect from Aster.
Yeah, what a great fight from Matu that was. Just perfect armlet toggles, keeping him alive 2 times in a row. So at the very least, Liquid get out with him alive, but they do lose their Aegis and the second life on Lina, so can't really consider it a true win. At the very least, they don't need to worry about the Roche going Aster's way in the next minutes, but Aster, I think, still should be feeling pretty good about this overall exchange, considering the song didn't get them the Aegis contesting, and they roared the Pango, I should say, just to save the Naga, so they didn't have this for the Lina or for the NS, which also prompted Liquid to feel strong in this fight, right? Keep a look at Matu here, so first the Pulverize here comes out, no follow-up damage is available, he's frostbitten. He's going to toggle out of this one with Monet's shot mid-air, and the charge.
Yeah.
We're back to live.
Fight. Hold the horses here, Cinderin. Like, Siamese Cat's gonna be the first to fall, and now XXS is the one that's completely surrounded, so wrong territory for him. Matu gets credit for that one, and he is very close to a BKB.
Yeah, that was a killing spree. So some extra gold on that one for NS. 100 gold to go.
So another 2 minutes in the night. So he should have his BKB inventory with nighttime still. See if Liquid want to try to take advantage. Of course, still has Dark Ascension. Does have the shard, by the way, so has been creeped. So I guess he went for the casual Ogre Axe into shard. Now it's finishing.
Yeah, I guess he changed his idea, changed his mind halfway. It seems like a little bit of a weird way to do it, but.
Oh, that Ogre Club, but it saved him in that last fight.
I guess so.
X-ray. Nice.
XXS close to connecting the roar there, but not quite.
Blocked out, but yeah, Liquid not wanting to engage, it looks like. Very even game. Aster showing some balls. I mean, they fought despite not getting the Aegis.
Yeah, and throwing the roar in the Pang. Oh, yeah.
Or as well.
But sometimes, even with key cooldowns in Dota, if you have the right angle and you get to take the initiative, it can work. And I don't know if you would consider that fight successful for either team. It was kind of a draw, but you could see where Aster were coming from. The fact that Pango roll is down is very important for especially the Primal Beast, who now has BKB, so the next fight will be of a totally different nature coming out from Ori.
Radiant's bottom tower
Liquid might choose to smoke here. They are grouping up forward, they will. Aster in a strong offensive position down here, pushing the tower with Ori in front. They have the ward covering the back angle. And they're going to expect Liquid to do this because of the no heroes on the map. I have the prediction that this play is coming. Liquid do have Dark Ascension though.
Dark Ascension, but he's the focus. He can get roared inside his BKB. He mitigates a ton of his damage. Now XXS is the one stuck basically on this cliff area. He's going to get right-clicked down quite easily. Nice kill to start things out for Liquid. On the other side here, Laguna Blade's going to find Siamese Cat, so just like that, it's 5v3. Now Mickey pops his BKB. Ori kind of a no man's land. His team still has Song available if they need to pop it. They will. Okay, his BKB runs out, and the rest of Aster are going to be able to walk away, it looks like.
Outstanding fight from Liquid there. Their BKB usage was just perfect, right? Matsu gets it off before he gets roared, and Ori thought he was going to connect on the roar outside of BKB, so he committed all his stuff to go in on the Beastmaster, or sorry, on the Night Stalker, together with Beastmaster. That play fails, then Beastmaster's isolated and gets killed. Pango, in the meantime, is completely cutting off Drow from the entire fight for like 10 seconds. We're going to see the replay here, so look at this. This BKB crucial, right? Otherwise, Ori plus XXS and the Drow probably just kill off Matsu, but he stays alive. And now Pango on the bottom right is just rolling Drow out of the picture, quite literally. Entire fight until he finally gets to turn around now, but the fight's already over. This play was kind of crazy for Ori. I don't know if he accounted it for, if he thought Mickey had used BKB. It turns into a BKB trade in the end, which isn't all the worst for him, but yeah.
Okay, lead now for Team Liquid. Tag and Scepter for Baboka, almost there. 80 gold away, and he'll be able to ensnare Rolling Thunder, as we've said, and of course, more importantly, he'll be able to reel in enemies.
Yeah, we haven't seen that used very much.
And if we have, we've forgotten about it. I like the concept, but definitely need
It has not been very favored to do in the song.
I mean, other than that, the axe is great. See here very shortly why that is.
Yeah, so Zai is not buying the shard that Toby talked about as kind of a pseudo counter to ensnare Axe, but he's going Lotus, which is another way of solving it. Doesn't have it yet though, so this fight could be a big surprise factor for Zai, where he's relying on going in on the Drow. If he gets ensnared and Drow gets to focus him for a few seconds, he dies. The fight's going to be of a totally different nature than the last one.
I mean, that's the downside of Lotus, is it's way more expensive than a shard, obviously, and he's pretty far away.
The upside is he can use it on NS if he gets ensnared. True. So that is a pretty big help.
He'll get both, I'm sure.
Probably, yeah.
They actually have to use the phone for him, so that just shows how rough of a game it has been for Zai. Tower is going to go to one way or another. The tombstone is placed. Pulverize coming in from Ori. Pretty much full duration here on Insania, but he is more than healthy enough to continue to fight as now Ori is stuck in no man's land. Laguna's blade. Down he goes as Zai going in with the Rolling Thunder, now applying all the pressure to XXS. He's going to get disarmed for the time being. This is looking like 3 kills very easily for Liquid. Song was available, but still BKBs were up.
I think it only just came up toward the end of that. They didn't have it to save Ori. I think he could have maybe BKB TP'd out, but I guess maybe Tusk was in range for a punch. But yeah, these engages from Ori have just not worked out the way he wanted it to. He's charging up the onslaught, and the moment he does that, Insania drops the tombstone before he gets jumped, and the follow-up damage just wasn't there anyways. They didn't even kill the Undying to start off the fight, and Liquid make a very easy fight out of that one.
Liquid, a lot of fans here obviously now gaining some momentum in this crucial game number 3. Winning this tier 1 tower, but it looks like Aster wants to try to defend. They are. Tower falls. And we have a silver Reg on Mickey.
Same time Drow gets BKB, so Aster now have another tool against the Pango roll that's been ruining Mona's game so far. Now he can reliably get some damage off.
Almost seemed surprised that he was there. Like, oh, there's a Primal Beast here all alone. Okay. Take it. Interesting build from Matu. After the BKB armlet, now has a Basher, but not opting for a Blink Dagger or anything like that. Instead, going for a Nullifier. Very cool item.
Yeah. Is a good way for him to counter out the Pike from Dara if she doesn't have the PB. Not much else to nullify for now, right?
I mean, you get it off before the BKB doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It remains. I feel like Blink Dagger at some point is going to be pretty important. But into the Roach Pit, Liquid go. And yeah, Aster have an idea. They're going to smoke up. Is it going to be too late? No, it's at half HP right now. The Rolling Thunder coming in, mostly on illusions. He's going to get roared right off the bat. They're focusing on the pit now. No Song to come as Mickey gets the Aegis. Song a little bit late. Is there a shard on the ground? There is. But Boca steals the shard. Here comes the onslaught. Looks like the focus is on the Tusk to start this out. The Naga's going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1. Matu wants to fight, but a big multi-shot coming from O'Day. But a bigger BKB from Matu. And then they're going to get triple kill from Mickey. Aster are dropping like flies. Ori has to BKB. Onslaught to safety. Looks like he's fine. But Liquid coming out on top again in this fight.
Yeah, these Roche calls they've made so far in this game have been absolutely perfect. Again, Zai with the coverage against the Naga rotating in and getting the Song off. And it took them quite a while to kill Zai during the Roar as well, because he has the armor of Lotus Orb instead of the Shard. Makes him a lot tankier against the Drow. So you're going to see the replay here. Pretty much same situation as earlier in the game. The exact same spot, same logic. Oh, Song's too late. He's like, wait, there's a Shard. So we'll go and grab that.
And he consumed it, by the way.
Use it.
We're going to need to see what the other shards are in this game. I mean, there's a Beastmaster shard that he has not purchased in there. I don't know about that auto-consumption. Song healing is...
It is good.
It's not bad, but it's one of the weaker ones on their teams for sure.
Yeah.
That's very surprising.
I wonder which the best one is. Like, maybe Drow? I don't know. It's maybe Drow or Primal Beast would have been good choices.
Beastmaster's the best by far, surely. Diving bomb or whatever.
Yeah, the thing about Dive Bomb being a root, right? They already have the Lotus, which I believe counters it if BKBs. So I'm not sure if that does enough compared to the other ones, but either way, they now have a Song that heals.
They could have had Rock Throw, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think the Rock Throw could have also been good this game.
That's in the pit, that's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also amazing for Ori because it gives him a reliable Q that he can go in. Like, if he hits a Rock Throw on, let's say, the Night Stalker, perhaps he has the confidence to get a charge that is going to connect, right?
Yeah.
Which has been a problem for him so far in this game, is going in and actually accomplishing something with his Onslaught, which Liquid have covered really well. They're now going to take the top tier 2. Building their lead to now 7,000. Aegis in the hands of Lina for another 2.5 minutes. You would imagine they want to go and get the mid tower as well.
like. Wraith Pact almost online for Boxy. Matu switched it up. Unfortunately, won't be seeing Nullifier. He's going for the AC, which not only makes him tankier and a little bit more right-clicky, but pushing towers is going to be even easier.
Yeah.
And for the side of Aster, what are the items that they're waiting for? It looks like for XXS, the BKB is still not there. About 1,000 away from finishing that. It looks like they're going to smoke into this Aegis. Maybe catch Liquid off of guard here. Getting a little bit of vision. Boxy. Area. Not going to pop smokes initially, though.
Yeah. Liquid kind of know this is happening. They break the illusions here.
Yep. Smoke just pops there. Boca with the instant ensnare. Wants to get off the song, but won't need to. They'll just walk away casually, dewarding. Still a little less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
They want to use it though. There's no repositioning from Aster, so you can go and hit this tower with Lina, knowing that the Aegis will be sufficient coverage. Like, you're not going to get swapped into base and killed there and die again, for example.
Wait,
so
there's no Vengeful Spirit in the game? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, that's one of the displacement spells, Shannon. There's more than that.
There's no Pudge anymore.
No Pudge,
sadly.
Yeah. Starting to look better and better for Liquid. Mickey is now solo pushing bottom tier 2. Super confident here.
Yeah.
Knowing where Aster are. Grab this tower.
They're reading the situation very right. Tier 2 dead, and Mickey can now poke at the tier 3 a little bit if he wants.
He does.
Now his teammates are arriving. Win probability right now 77% for Team Liquid in this game number 3.
And guess what? It was 81 for Aster earlier. Wow, really? At minute 15. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. It was like, I don't know if I
won.
I don't know if I.
I mean, they were winning, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
80-20. Right. So yeah, the Aegis looks like it's just going to be expiring the old-fashioned way. And is that because they just didn't have enough time? Is it literally nighttime related, perhaps?
I don't know. I do feel like they could have put this a bit more to use, to be honest. I think there was a way for Mickey to push out a little bit more, but like you said, nighttime might be a concern. And also, if you're feeling in a pretty good control of the game, this is maybe the one way you give Aster a big comeback, is setting them up for a successful kill in their base into Song and more kills when you try to escape. This way you can just keep controlling the map. You're closing in on the AC on Night Stalker as well, so that's going to be a part of the next fight. He's coming out now, as a matter of fact. So yeah, they're just keeping it cool. It's obviously a huge moment for them. This is a top 3 at TI.
Yep.
Don't want to mess it up.
Well, the time has been given out for XXS to at least finish his BKB. He's about to get that as Matu's ace gets to live well. Potential power spikes coming in. I mean, a fresh BKB, pretty important, but it is a Beastmaster.
Yeah, not sure how tech this is really going to be. It feels like he's been able to get his roar off the last fights anyway. So I don't really know if this is going to be very noticeable compared to the Night Stalker AC, which is definitely a big bump up in strength for Team Liquid.
Onto the high ground they go. Simon's Cat is completely isolated now. He gets destroyed inside with a huge rolling thunder onto 2, forcing the BKB from Monet. And it looks like Boboka will be the sacrifice. So 2 quick kills for Liquid. Tombstone has been expended along with the Dark Ascension. Now the high ground they go. Supports for Aster, half buyback. Here comes the polarized BKB from Ori. Instant roar, but there's the Lotus Orb reapplying it. And now the BKB from Matu, able to walk away from the song relatively easily, but actually stuck inside it. He gets reeled in to the high ground. I never thought I'd see it. It proved nothing. It didn't matter, Cinder. Mickey is going to right click a bit onto the tower, but now that the reel-in is down, there's nothing to fear for Liquid. In a 5v4 situation, Zai with the basher, so the swashbuckle becoming much more fearsome.
I wonder if he's going to go for Axe next just to ramp up on that, or if he will get another defensive item like Lincoln's. But yeah, another huge moment for Liquid. Dive back on Naga. They lost absolutely nothing there, Liquid did, right? Nope, nothing at all. And now they're, again, with the map position they have and the amazing warding they have, they're in a really good spot to maybe get the next Roche. You see this roll from Zai, just forcing the whole situation. Has to BKB on Mane, and that means he won't have that in the follow-up fight here as Naga returns to the fight.
I was hoping we get a replay of the reel in, if I'm being honest. Really hype. Good initiation from Ori, though.
They just don't have enough damage. He's too tanky. Zhao is not quite there yet.
Wait, we're gonna wait. Reel in. Wait, there it is. Unbelievable. And then he dies. Gold remains. Very dangerous fish to reel in, no doubt about it. Like you said, Roche is probably next on the list here for Liquid if they can continue to have this map control. We won't know for another 10 seconds when it spawns. Now Matu is a nullifier. Is it just for the Hurricane fight? Oh, there's also a Ghost Scepter on Siamese Cat. Yep. I don't think there's any Yules. Still, pretty big counters to both those items. And it's going to be a relatively late rush.
Nick is so insanely farmed. I just realized he's 150 CS ahead of the next hero in the game.
And he seems to have a double damage quite often this game.
Ori will clean up the wave, still be forced to glyph though. Yeah. This should not be underestimated how much this could end up meaning later. Because the Roche will be falling likely before this glyph comes back up, whichever team gets it. And if that is Liquid, that basically opens up for a free tier 3. They'll obviously get another glyph after that, but Radiant lineup kills towers really fast. Lino gets to just stand and deliver. He's gonna go push up mid.
On grass, they're gonna find Insania, the instant pulverized guts to follow, but the Rolling Thunder is coming in. Insania's gonna live. Now the roar on top of Zai, they're right-clicking him very easily, but XXS is taking damage as well. So it's a 1-for-1 in terms of the position 3s, but they lose the Primal Beast as well. And no buyback here for Aster as they're left with 3 members. And still 50 seconds on Roche, so Aster will technically, in fact, everyone will be up.
Such an awkward situation to play as Naga Siren there as well, right? What do? Do you use Song to try to save your Beastmaster with the heal? Then you're also saving the enemy Pango. So, or actually, no, he could have Song, right? He was in roll. I actually think Provoka maybe with the heal would have made the difference, but he was holding on to it.
Yeah, Matu ends up getting the tower here, getting kited a bit as the link gets applied, but Mickey is the real right clicker here. Fortifications pop.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is huge for Liquid. Roche.
They're not going to go for the melee, don't want to overextend.
10 seconds on Roche. And they do have Natural Night for 4 minutes, so Night Stalker is still very powerful despite not having Ascension. Matu can still do
Oh, nice charge. Here comes the initiation. Oh, the instant snowball actually ruins it for Ori. But he gets the pulverize off after the BKB. Getting kind of to a high degree here, but LSA not going to connect as Matu. Continue the pressure as Zai gets up the Rolling Thunder, and Ori left to his own devices. 1 minute of no Primal Beast. XXS takes the Laguna Blade and takes another death to his name. 5 versus 3. They're going to get the melee racks and likely go for Roche after. Although there are no creeps here, so the backdoor protection is enabled.
The wave is coming now, though, so easily going to get the first lane. The question is, are they going to stop there? Mickey is insanely farmed. He's so far ahead. 10k over the Drow.
Now
460 CS.
Yep, they know that the buybacks are long cooldowns. That's 2 sets, and they probably still have time to go get Roche. But they do have to be careful. We've seen the Song come into play, and it's going to be up in 6 seconds.
Yeah, Matu does not want to go home today. Could have been his last game, but he's 10-0 and 11 on the Night Stalker that his coach said he can't play. So kind of making a point that he can play whatever he damn wants.
That's right, and they're in the Roche pit, and Roche has the Aghanim Scepter, which I hope it's on Matu. For love of God, please.
It will probably be on Mickey.
Damn it. Wait.
It was on currently Zai. Okay, yeah, they want the extra best chance, I guess.
Okay, fair
also
enough.
Good. Yeah.
Very good Ags.
We're discussing him buying it himself. Now he just gets it for free.
And look at that, he's top 3 net worth now. Would you look at that, Cinder? And after that rough start, all it takes is some Roches.
He had a great start. No surprise to see him on 3rd here.
Aster left to be kind of in defense mode, but the longer they're in defense mode, the bigger the deficit becomes. 32k lead for Liquid. They're on the doorstep of securing themselves top 3 here. It's going to lead to, potentially, if this happens, 3 EU teams left at TI11. And we have Mickey. The Lincoln is already procced, but there's the instant wall response. Nicely done from Boxy. Huge rolling thunder. Down goes Primal Beast again. Provoka's Song gives them a
a little bit of space, but he's getting controlled now. The Rolling Thunder continuing to proc, and he's dead as well. Banana focused onto the Drow Ranger. No bash this time around. The Maku finds what he needs. Buyback now into the Drow. Snowball coming in. Walrus punch to follow. How much do they want to dock here? Freezing Field gets canceled. CM has to buy back into the game. Ice Shards, not enough to keep them outside the fountain, so Liquid forcing themselves to go for the Mega Creeps. And Liquid looking extremely, extremely good. And we talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the throw, and GG is called. Team Liquid move on. Aster eliminated from TI 11.
Yeah, we have no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Pavoka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, Mickey.
Extremely good, and we talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the throw, and GG is called. Team Liquid move on. Aster eliminated from TI 11.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Baboka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, Mickey on the Lina again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud. Top 3 secured. They will know who they're playing against after the next series coming up later today, but I feel like no matter who loses that one, it's hard to call them a favorite at this point.
I was gonna
really scared.
The momentum, we've seen it so many TIs. I mentioned it earlier. This is a team you do not want to play against.